Welcome, everybody, to the October 3rd, 2023 Board of Commissioners meetings. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers. The commission now utilizes speaker request forms. If you'd like to speak on an item, please complete the speaker request form located at the back of the bookshelf and back of the chambers. Return to the commission manager, Holly Henny's, located at the lower right side of the dais. At this time, we'll call the meeting to order, and I'd ask Commissioner Roskinek to do the moment of silence and reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskinek. Next on our agenda is review and approval of the agenda.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Drews and seconded by Ms. Hancock to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The agenda is approved. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Now recognize Commission Manager Holly Hennies.
Good morning, Commissioners. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items. Approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of September 19th, 2023. Number 6 is to approve the executive proclamation for Firefighter Appreciation Day. Number 7 is to declare surplus 2007 Chevrolet G25 Express van, asset number 00800, for the purpose of trade as submitted by Buildings and Grounds. Number 8 is to declare 2005 Laser Z Mower X Mark 60, asset number 005573, for the purpose of trade, also submitted by Buildings and Grounds. And number 9 is to accept the recommendation of the Compensation Committee to eliminate the DBM A11 positions.
Thank you, Holly. At this time, is there any members of the public who wish to have any items removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any from the commissioners who'd like to have any items removed from the consent agenda?
Chair,
Ms. Hancock.
number 9, just an explanation, please.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I would move approval of items 5 through 8 of the consent calendar. Second.
There's been a motion to approve items 5 through 8 of the consent agenda and seconded by Mr. Lassiter. Any further discussion or any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 8,
9.
or 9, sorry. Carol, you want the next question, Ms. Hancock?
Just an explanation. Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carol Bancroft, HR Director for Pennington County. That the IRS announcement for 2024 with the health plan affordability threshold, that this indicated to us that with the recent changes that we've made to the premiums for the health care plan and including the dental plan increase, that would exceed the threshold as far as if we had anybody that was in the A11 DBM rating, that the premium cost would exceed that 8.69% of what their household income would be. So that's why it's necessary for us to remove those positions. And fortunately, we do not have anybody in those positions at this point in time, that many of them were created during the pandemic for part-time status, et cetera. So it is not a detriment to the organization to remove them.
Thank you for that explanation, Ms. Carroll.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd move approval of item number 9. Second.
Moved by Drews and seconded by Hancock to approve Item number 9, the Compensation Committee's DBM all positions. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. That brings us up to item number 10, and this is items from the auditor, and I'll recognize our auditor, Cindy Moeller.
Good morning, Cindy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. The first item that we have before you is an application to transfer a retail on-sale liquor license with Sunday sales from Rimrock Event Center to Mexico Topeka LLC.
Is there any questions for Cindy?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek?
move to approve the transfer of the retail on-sale liquor license with Sunday sales from Rimrock Event Center under St. Pat LLC to Mexico Typical LLC under Mexico Typical LLC.
Motion made by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. Is there any public comment? Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item B.
This is a request for a special retail on-sale malt beverage and wine license for the Box Elder Event Center for their event of Spirit of America to be held on October 14th from 2 to 10 p.m.
Is there any?
Sure.
Mr. Drews?
Cindy, just a question on that. I see that this is going to be held on federal grounds at Mount Rushmore. Is there anything they have to do in order to get approval from the Park Service, or do you know?
I do not know.
Don't know either.
I would hope that they've checked with Mount Rushmore on that.
I would think that you would check with Mount Rushmore if you want to bring alcohol.
I would certainly hope so.
They probably had to get pre-approved from her board, wouldn't you think, before they did this with us? I would hope.
Because is the event's today, right? Is that what
No,
I'm
the
reading?
event is October 14th. See that
But they've met all the other requirements.
motion in there wrong, but
I was going to say, because it says October 3rd on mine, so I was just kind of,
the effective date is actually October 14th on the application. Sorry about that.
okay. I mean, if we're going to approve it, should we say as long as they meet all requirements that Mount Rushmore imposes?
Yeah, that'd be a good addition to the motion.
Okay, I'd make that motions to move to approve special retail on sale malt beverage and wine retailer's license for the Box Elder Event Center, 621 Watiki Way, Box Elder, South Dakota 57719, from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. on October 14th, 2023, as long as they meet Mount Rushmore's requirements. Does that sound about right? For serving alcohol, maybe?
Makes sense to me. I'll make a phone call on it as well.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Mr. Laster and seconded by Mr. Drews. Is there any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, that brings us to item number 11, and this is items from the sheriff, Brian Mueller.
Good morning, Commission. Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. And I promise this is the last time we'll be bringing this back. I think this is the 4th meeting in a row. And appreciate Cindy and her staff working with us to get the right motions. I have 2 motions that I'd like to request to finish out that process of those moves with the detox techs and the EMTs to detox tech.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
move to place Detox 1 and Detox 2, Tech 2 to the approved DBM at a step where they receive at least $2.10 increase effective September 17, 2023.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hadcock and seconded by Mr. Roskinek. Is there any public comment? Any comments from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
move to reclass Care Campus EMTs to Detox One and place them on the scale where they receive at least $2.10 increase effective September 17, 2023.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Roskinek. Any public comment? Any further from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, and our staff are greatly appreciative also. And the second item that I have before you today is it's time again for us to order our next transportation bus. As you know, that we put about $125,000 a year in reserve for this bus purchase each year, and we try to purchase the bus each 5 years. The cost has gone up pretty significantly. I think the last one we bought was $579,000. As you can see here, the cost has gone up a fair amount, and their length of time to build is pretty significant also. So I'm here for you today to request authorization to order the next bus. All the information is in the motion. I am kind of excited with the fact that the last couple of buses, it's hard to get rid of used transportation buses. There's not a big market for that, but we've been working with the Department of Corrections in Montana. They do some shorter transfers within the state, so they don't need the reliability that we need with the over-the-road bus putting as many miles on as we do. They have a real interest. I don't have that before you today to declare that surplus, but they are, I believe, on board with purchasing our bus that we would ordinarily try to trade in or sell for significantly more money than what we've paid in the past. So if this gets approved today, I'll bring that request for authorization to declare that surplus for government-to-government sale sometime next fall when we lock in our delivery date of our new bus.
Thanks. Is there any questions for Brian?
Mr. Chair.
I seen Ms. Hadcock first, and I'll go to Gary, then Ron.
So Brian, this was a 5-year plan. How much did you have in that 5-year plan at this point before you purchased it today?
So we won't actually pay for this until 2025. So
Okay.
with the estimated trade value and what we'll have in reserve, we'll have enough money to cover it.
Okay, so, and it has been, so people know, it has been in the 5-year plan for this transportation bus, because they knew it was going to be a substantial capital cost, so.
Correct. And just for a little bit of history purpose, we have done a few different studies on the efficacy of our transportation system providing that service across the state. We're able to provide the transportation for all of our surrounding counties in the state of South Dakota at a significant reduced cost for them. And at the end of the day, there is a cost to Pennington County, but our cost that we would estimate on handling our own prisoner transportation back and forth across the state is several times higher than what the actual costs are after we factor in the revenues that we receive from this. So it's a worthwhile system. It creates excess revenue for Pennington County, and it's a win-win for Pennington County, the state of South Dakota, and all of our partners out here in western South Dakota.
Thanks. You done?
Yeah.
Mr. Drews.
So, Sheriff, give us a little bit of history on this. How many miles a year do these buses accumulate, so forth? And do we not have a backup bus also, one of the older ones that we've?
Correct. We, and I don't, off the top of my head, I can bring that information back. I don't have the exact mileage, but what we do is we travel back and forth from Sioux Falls twice a week, every week. We may take 2 or 3 trips off a year based on a holiday or a snow event, but generally we're running twice a week, every week. And once a month, we take our backup bus just to make sure that it's working properly. And then what we do is when it's time to sell, we sell the backup bus. We keep our primary bus as the backup for the next 5 years. With the cost, we're going to probably be before you increasing our reserve a little bit next year. But with the how reliable they're making these machines, we'll probably bump that to a 6-year plan from a 5-year plan to try to keep the costs as reasonable as we can with the replacement costs. But these buses will run in excess of 1 million miles. But I'll get you the exact mileage. I can send that out to you, what we have on the current buses. I don't have that off the top of my head.
So the bus that you'll be getting rid of has at least 10 years of life on it by the time you get rid of it.
Correct. We've used it for, 10 to 12 years.
Okay.
And we're running, probably about 500,000 miles on that bus by the time we get rid of it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Roskinek.
I think that was my question, just curious about the mileage and, the highway department, we do the road graders so we can always keep them under warranty. And I don't know if there's any warranty involved with the NMCI bus.
Yeah, we have a good warranty period for the first couple of years, and we've had to use that a number of times. But, like with a patrol car, we're not running vacation trips on this thing. You have to have it. It has to be reliable. You can't afford to break down in the middle of the state with, 40 inmates and a lot of high-risk inmates that we transfer back and forth. So we need to be able to get rid of it at a time where we know it's still going to be reliable for us.
In the case of a snowstorm?
Yep.
Okay.
Right, like last year, huh?
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
move to authorize Pennington County Sheriff's Office to order one D4020 ISTV coach from MCI at the set price at $743,860 to be delivered 480 days after receipt of order.
Moved by Ms. Hadcock.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Roskinek. My comment would be, Brian, is, we just had that legislative study. They talk about working together and trying to consolidate with other counties. And I think this is a good example of you working with everybody in the surrounding area in order to provide a service to save counties money. So I think it's well worth it. Is there any public comment? Any further discussion from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thanks, appreciate it.
We hit the time just perfect. Item number 12 is a public hearing for the 5-year county transportation plan. If I remember right, on my agenda, there's also a separate sheet for sign up for speaking on this, if anybody'd like to speak on this transportation plan.
Yeah, there's actually a sign-up sheet going around. I don't know where it's at. Where did it end up? Some chair back there. So.
But otherwise, I'll recognize Joe Miller, Superintendent.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Superintendent. So before you is the 5-year plan. This is a fluid document that's necessary for us to go after big funds every year. It's a requirement of, I believe it was Senate Bill 1 when they put that in place. All the counties that are participating in the Bridge Improvement Grant Program must have a 5-year plan to replace the structures. We also put road projects and pretty much our entire 5-year plan is road projects, bridge projects, all of the above. Now there's small structures on there also with the bill that was passed, I believe it was 3 years ago. There's a variety of different projects on there. To date, I just looked up the number yesterday for the total dollars from the Bridge Improvement Grant funds. We've received about $3.1 million over the course of the last 3 or 4 years that we've been participating. So it is a valuable tool that we've been able to participate in with the passage of the wheel tax. With that, I guess I will stand for any questions on any projects or anything that are on the 5-year plan.
Okay. This is a public hearing, and I didn't announce that there is a sign-up sheet for public, but I did say there's a public comment speaker request form. If anybody'd like to speak on this 5-year plan, please let me know.
Here.
Ms. Hadcock.
Joe, I talked to you about the 30 million on 1416 and the 20 million on the bombing range. Can you do an explanation a little bit on those for the public and for us on those two projects?
So Highway 1416 is a project. It originated as a safety project probably 15 years ago with the intersection of Radar Hill and 1416. It's kind of grown into an entire corridor. Currently, we're undergoing a corridor study on the from the interstate, so exit, I believe that's exit 63 to 151st Avenue to see what the best typical section and what the best layout of the going forward is. That's where we're at with the corridor study, which will lead us into applying for a RAISE grant, which I don't know what the RAISE stands for right off the top of my head. It's a federal grant that we will plan to apply for to fund that $30 million project. I would say it's probably closer to $50 million with, by the time we add in Radar Hill Road and 1416. So it's a project that's a massive undertaking. We've partnered with Box Elder, ourselves and the state on this project to try and get this thing off the ground. So, are there any other questions on 1416 before I move on to bombing range?
Chairman, because it is a major arterial, I think it's something well needed for Rapid Valley, Ellsworth Air Force Base. Just because if we're going to increase the traffic throughout Rapid Valley, they're going to need a pretty good major arterial and have it redone and make sure it's going to be able to take all that traffic, because you got some minor in there that will help. But that Radar Hill Road is a pretty traveled road right now as well. So thank you, Joe, on that one.
Thanks, Deb. Is there any other questions on that for Joe? Otherwise,
Okay, Bombing Range Road is a road that goes from Highway 44 and it goes down into the reservation, goes through some Badlands National Park. It's a road that's in pretty tough shape right now, just with the type of soils that it's built on. As you can see with Highway 44, I don't know how many times they've rebuilt that in my lifetime, probably at least 3 or 4 times that I recollect. And Bombing Range is no different. The soils that it's built on are constantly moving, and it's difficult to get a good road base built out of it. So essentially that is going to be an entire base stabilization, regrade, and try and get that road stabilized so it'll stay put. So
that road has got some major waves if you want to go on a roller coaster. I took a Tahoe back in the day too, going to the reservation a few times, and my Tahoe was in the air and I wasn't even going that fast. So a lot of the roads in that area, like you said, it's the soils, it's that badland muck is what I call it.
Yeah.
And it slimes out pretty quick. So also, those are the 2 major projects that I saw on basically your 5-year plan that I thought people needed to know about, because those are some major areas of safety as well. So
yeah, and the main thing to point out is funding is going to be crucial for those, right? We're just finished up our Sheridan Lake Road project. That was a $22 million project. We're getting ready to wrap up the first season of our South Rochford Road reconstruction, which is a $23.5 million project. So a lot of our funding sources have been tapped out. That's why we're looking for the federal funding, and so looking at some of the other grants and other opportunities that are out there for funding, because the county simply doesn't have the funds to fund those projects themselves. So
thank you for the explanation, Joe.
anything else, Joe?
we're just moving full forge ahead on getting our bridges replaced. I think just when we think we're making some headway, we get news from KLJ that, hey, this one's going to get load rated or whatever. So we're staying above water now with the addition of the wheel tax and all the funding. So,
And Joe, is there any public comment on the 5-year plan? If not, I'll go to the board for motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd move to adopt the Pennington County 5-year Transportation Plan 2024 through 2028 and authorize the chair's signature on the certification form.
Second.
Moved by Drews and seconded by Rosknecht. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 13.
Item 13, letting authorizations and right-of-way certificate and utility certificates for Heather Road and Paulson Road bridges. So this is a different form of funding. So the federal government back in 2020 is when these ones were applied for and received, put out, they use these aren't big, the bridge improvement grants funding. These are federal funding, so there's two different funding sources there. And of these, of the federal funds, Pennington County has received $4.8 million in funding from the federal government through the state on these programs. These three bridges, and then we also have one on Thunderhead Falls and one on Hammerquest Road. So then moving into the big funds, as I said earlier, the $3.1 million total funding from those for a total of $7.9 million in other funding that came from the federal government. Now that's taking out our portion. That's strictly funding from the feds or the state that we've received through these programs. The estimates for Heather Road, $1.5 million is the current estimate for construction. $80,000 is currently our share. So these are unlike the big program that with the big program, the grant is the grant. You get the set dollar amount, and that's what it is. With the federal stuff, we get a percentage. So whatever the bids come in at, we were only going to pay 5.34% of that bid. The state kicked in, I believe it was last year, 12.71% of the total 18.05% match. So there's three funding mechanisms in these three bridges that we're talking about today: the state, and the federal government, and then some local funding. The first one on Paulson Road is estimated at $1.2 million. Our share is $64,000. The other one on Paulson Road is $1.6 million, and our estimated share is $85,500. So the total local funding that is accounted for in our budget for next year is approximately $230,000. Construction is planned for 2024 with the letting yet this fall after we get these certificates and the letting authorization signed. So with that, I went through a lot of information. Are there any questions?
Chairman,
Ms. Hackett.
this tells you, number one, how our highway department is doing and what they are doing for us as a team to make a difference for Pennington County just from those totals. Going into the big program, how much that saves Pennington County, where people didn't think that that was well needed. It shows right here by putting out 230,000 instead of 6 to 8 million. So it's huge. I commend you and your team, Joe. You've done a wonderful job as the department head with Sean and your team of people at the highway department. It's amazing how that makes a difference when you have a team that works together and then you put these all in a piece in a 5-year plan. And then you also have the team to be able to follow through and do these things, so, or do these projects. So it's pretty amazing. Thank you for all your highway department does for Pennington County.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's takes a lot behind the scenes. You know, I simply up here telling you guys the information. There's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes. We got a great team assembled at the highway department that make these things happen. It seems like it's always a scramble every year, but it's we get it done somehow. So
A lot of work.
can't commend our team enough. So
A lot of work. Thank you.
Any further questions for Joe? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'd go to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drew.
I'd move to approve the letting authorizations right-of-way certificates and utility certificates for projects BRO 8052 -72 PCN 085R, BRO 8052 73 PCN 085T, and BRO 805274 PCN 085U for bridge replacements on Huther Road and Paulson Road.
Moved by Drews,
Second.
seconded by Roskinek. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next, we come to item B, and this is the first reading and public hearing of ordinance 14 amendment, the criteria for constructing and accepting roads and approaches onto the county highway system and the county secondary highways, hereinafter referred to as the county roads. Joe.
all right, so we had a public meeting down in Wall, and then we also had a meeting with a couple of the other local people or persons down there in the wall area. And this is kind of some of the stuff that's coming out of those meetings that we heard the citizens, and we're amending the ordinance. A couple of the highlights, I guess. We added an additional requirement that temporary approaches must be removed within 1 year. So that's something that our Forest Service uses for logging contracts up in the hills. We've had trouble getting those temporary approaches removed. And I don't, Sean, has there been a landowner that's used those? So that's it. We've had one developer that used these to get access to a larger parcel. So we just want to make sure that we can get those removed within that first, after that year. So the other one is section 400C. Remove each exception request requires a separate application. So we do one or multiple exception requests on one application. So like construction within a section line, he's got 2 section lines or the engineering stuff and not building to ordinance 14. Just trying to save the taxpayers a little bit of dollars, not having to pay for the multiple exceptions on that one. And then section 400D, we better define the exceptional fee requirement. Section 500C is kind of where the meetings in wall come around. We left the designation for no maintenance roads in there just simply because there are some roads that don't have anybody living on them, and there's section lines out there that are improved that we currently have one that we're not maintaining. So we left that designation in there with no criteria, simply for the fact that we can use it at a later date if we need to. But we took there was a lot of talk about the housing requirement. Before, minimum maintenance was 2 to 10, and over the 10 houses was full maintenance. So they didn't seem to like that criteria. So we went back and we looked at things, and we decided to go off of our average daily traffic count, or our ADT, which is a number that we gather every 3 or 6 years on a road, and some of our roads we count every single year. So we're going to use that criteria cutoff. If it's over 30 cars a day or over 10 trucks a day, it's going to be full maintenance. And if it's under that 30 cars a day or 10 trucks a day, it's going to be a minimum maintenance. I didn't have time to look up the totals and how that changes things. With the 10 households, we're looking at taking about 80 miles to that minimum maintenance, and I think about 10 or 12 to the no maintenance. So with that, we'll take the no maintenance off of there, and the criteria should go up a little bit with the minimum maintenance as far as the number of miles. And then section 700 for the fees, added the surety deposit exemption for temporary logging approaches. Ron and myself met with Google's probably 6 months ago now, and the loggers didn't like having to pay the surety, so we came to a compromise, and they'll pay the permit fee but be exempt from the surety due to the fact that the Forest Service has other mechanisms to cause them to remove the approaches or do the necessary upgrades. We just have to communicate that with the Forest Service and the timber folks up there. So got a pretty good partnership with the Forest Service, so I think that will work out. And then the other one was allow for an exception request for the roads crossing section lines. So there's a couple, I think there's some out in circulation, or not circulation, but routing right now, that gentleman is trying to cross a section line, 2 section lines for his driveway. So it just allows us to possibly do that administratively at the highway department. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
Thank you for the changes, Joe. I like the temporary approach one. Must be removed within 1 year. That's kind of common sense. Otherwise, we end up like we do today. We have 2 or 3 approaches on people's houses, and we're trying to figure out how that happened. So it just keeps us on the books. It also for trying to figure out inlets and outlets for people. Sometimes they might have too many because we didn't put that rule in there. Been working with Travis and Joe in wall with Mary Williams, who has been very courteous to us, and Mayor Mary Williams. She's been very courteous to us on these meetings for minimum and full maintenance with her people out in Wenderwood in that area and Wall. So I think we made some good headway. And the highway department putting all the time and energy. We've been out there a lot. And then I've rode and actually went on the roads yesterday, or the new big stabilization road on Sage Creek. Very nice. So highway's been working hard on all of the areas in Pennington County, but Wall needed some, little bit more, what's the word? Care. And they felt that we weren't going out there enough and doing stuff. So based on that, Travis and Joe have done a wonderful job. So thank you for the changes. I think it made sense per house, and not to put that in there and do it based on ADT. So good change.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
just a note here. The first amendment of ordinance 14, if I'm reading this right, was 1988. Then it was amended in 1992, and then 2005. And then 2005, the next amendment was 2022. So there's quite a lapse there. So, and now it's 2023. So you can see that since Joe got into the highway department, this thing's really got some brought up to speed to reflect current conditions in Pennington County.
We're doing our best. I can't say enough about the team that we've got. You know, it's not just me. It's the team that we've got. You know, so they did put a lot of work into this ordinance. Connie and Sean and Eric. We all put a lot of work into this thing to get it to where it needs to go. So,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lasker.
move to approve the first reading and public hearing of ordinance 14 amendment.
Moved by Mr. Laster,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Hadcock.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
Joe, just a question. Item C on page 3, items 7 and 8 deal with culvert size. And item 7 says culverts will be sized to assure proper drainage. Number 8 says culverts will be sized to ensure proper drainage.
no, looks like we missed one.
So that language should be consistent is all I'm saying.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. We'll have to. We missed one. I think Sean caught the first one, so we'll get that changed for the second reading of this amendment.
And that's okay with the motion maker and the seconder?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Gary. Any further questions for Joe? We do have a motion on the floor. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Commission.
Next, we come to items from Buildings and Grounds, and I'll recognize Construction Manager Kevin Burton. This is item A, action on TSP Design Service Contract on Concourse Drive Administrative Offices.
Morning, Commissioners. Kevin Burton, Construction Manager, Buildings and Grounds. So, last meeting, I tried to present very quickly while going through airport security on this measure. This is a continuing design process for 900 Concourse, the new administration building. It's well within industry standard at $487,500, works out to about 8.4% of what their estimated construction costs would be. So the building committee recommended this get approved, so brought it forth as a recommendation last meeting or 2 meetings ago.
Yeah.
And looking for authorization to move this forward and let them continue design on that building.
Thanks, Kevin. So this was presented back. This is the second hearing. Is there any questions for Mr. Burton?
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock?
just a question for us. Do we usually, is it per 48,750 per item? Or is it just, I mean, when do you come back to us or show us on, it says remodel project including signing application documents and necessary agreements and expenditures of up to 48,750, 10% of fixed fee as Pennington County representative. So per item, so if you're doing, I mean, how does that work? So after Kevin, after 48,750, you have to come to us if it's a higher piece, or do you piecemeal it together for every 48,000 you spend, or 40, let's say 49, I guess.
No, what I'm requesting is the 487,500 is a firm fixed fee price from TSP for all design services.
Okay.
Design development, construction documents, and construction administration and closeout. So that takes us all the way through the life of the project.
Right.
We may have some things that come up that would increase that fee. They may have a legitimate reason if the county comes back and says, we don't like this, we want you to change your design, that they're entitled to some additional fee for that. So what I'm asking for is a one-time flat 48,000 approval to be able to okay that without coming back before the commission.
So basically a change order, there might be a 5, there might be a 8, there might be a 10 that wouldn't exceed over the 48.7. That's all you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm asking for just 10% of what that fixed fee is, and then anything above that, if it's more than 48,000, I'd definitely be back here to
Okay.
seek approval for that.
For some reason, I wasn't reading it right, and then I asked somebody, and they thought per item, and I appreciate you.
That's probably my non-lawyer, or non-accounting,
No, you did
motion
this-
writing skills there.
And I should have asked you beforehand, and I apologize. I just thought I got it down, and then when you explained it, makes more sense. So thank you, Kevin.
No problem, adds transparency for the public.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So, Kevin, the initial estimate range to remodel was 8 to 9 million, and that's been reduced to closer to 7 million because some items were identified. Could you share with the commission those items that were identified that could lower that from that 8 to 9 million range to the current 7?
Sure. We reduced some of the walls, separating some of the buildings. One of the major items that we did was they have 2 very large gang bathrooms for either sex in the building. And we were going to divide those restrooms to create a staff side and a public side. We don't currently have that in this administration building. It's just general use restrooms, staff and public all use the same restroom. Staff was okay with removing that. That saved $890,000 off that initial estimate. As we got further into design, they also reduced some of their contingency fees that they had in there. They put in a estimating contingency of 15 to 18%, something like that. And that's been reduced down to 8%. They have a better idea of what's going on and a better ability to estimate the project better. So we're trying to find cost measures wherever we can. We still want it to be a very functional, long-life building and meet the requirements for everybody for our 20-year needs that we have identified. So still keeping that in mind. I did get a latest estimate a few weeks ago. We are sending that back to them for some additional corrections and some adjustments. And it was less than $7 million all out. There's about $1 million worth of parking lot repair and approaches that we'd like to address. I'm not sure if we can get that in for less than $7 million.
Any further questions?
Nope. Thank you, Kevin.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
I'd move to authorize Kevin Burton, construction manager, to have design and administrative decision-making authority for the 900 Concourse interior remodel project, including signing application documents and necessary agreements and expenditures of up to $48,750, which is 10% of the fixed fee, as Pennington County's representative.
Motion made by Drews,
Second.
seconded by Roskinek. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item was a continuation, because I wasn't available to be here last meeting, to present a status update on some projects. Carolyn, did we have that voted on here? So we're trying to get that pulled up on the screen so the public can see it. excuse me. The main projects I'm going to talk about today are the 1922 courthouse tunnel replacement, the courthouse third floor executive conference room, and then items from our needs assessment, which include the jail infrastructure, 900 concourse, schematic layout or schematic design stuff, the changes to the existing space after we vacate this building, how that changes, and then an update on the First Interstate Bank that we're looking at purchasing, and then courtroom needs. I'm going to drop the main screen. Okay, thank you. Now, our current project list is 1922 courthouse. I'm going to run through these fairly quickly.
Make sure you're talking with the speak. There you go.
Sorry, yeah. So this is the same list that I had just went over. This is the 1922 courthouse tunnel project. As you can see right here, no, don't do that. Okay, thank you. So this is the tunnel that's being rebuilt. It's made wider. This wall here has pretty much completely failed on the west side of the building, which is here. It is being somewhat supported by the old steam pipes that are in there. We did apply for a grant on Save America's Treasures to try to get some of this paid for. They pay up to $750,000. This project was estimated at $1.1 to $1.2 million to correct and fix. Unfortunately, we were passed up on that grant for this year. So the question that I have for the commission on this is, do we want to move forward at 1.2 million out of accumulated building, or I think we can make the wall last for another year and we can reapply this year for that same grant. They generally have recommendations and approvals in July and August for that grant. So I think we can baby this wall along and get us to where we could apply for that grant again. We could really utilize the accumulated building fund for other projects we have.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Rossinek.
that would be my recommendation. That's been like that for years and years and years, and we got enough stuff going on right now that I think if we could wait a year and reapply for that grant, that would probably make most sense, considering where we are at today.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster. Are you done? Right. Okay, Mr. Laster.
what's the fallout if it fails? You know, I understand you said we can maybe baby it and keep it around for another year. What happens if it does completely fail? What's the consequence if it does?
We wouldn't have access to some of our utilities that are within the tunnel, and some of those utilities are running on that outside wall, so we'd end up with a breakage and an emergency repair. It's a lot of the utilities, they relocated to the interior wall, and this project is taking everything that's on the exterior wall and moving it to the interior wall. I think there's a cold water line. Forgive me, I haven't looked at the drawings in few weeks, but I believe there's a couple of water lines that are running along there, so we'd have a water interruption for a short period of time.
Sure.
You done, Travis?
Yeah, I'm good for now.
Mr.
So Kevin, what you're suggesting is if we delayed it for a year to apply for that grant, the only additional cost you're really anticipating would be any inflationary costs that we may have in the meantime as far as the fix is concerned.
That's correct. We also have, we're going to be into next year by the time, even if we move this project forward, we're going to bid it through the winter and still not be able to really do it until next spring for weather purposes, and as an excavation project. And so we need to get past the the winter to get that to really operate correctly. So is it 1 year? Is it 2 years? If we can get the grant in time, we already have the documents already. If we know that we can get approval, we may be able to get it in towards late of next year if we get grant approval. If not, it would be spring of '25.
Mr. Chair,
You done, Mr. Lasser?
I guess that was going to be my follow-up question then. Are we going to start putting money aside for it if we're going to baby it, hoping to get a grant? But if we don't get the grant, are we going to put money aside out of the budget to make sure that we can repair it in 2025?
That's where the accumulated building fund is for. And, excuse me, there's a certain amount of money that was being put into the accumulated building fund. It's somewhere around $3 million right now. We generally always keep $1 million in reserve for emergencies, whether it's something like this that would catastrophically fail and we need to go fix it. We want to make sure that we always have that $1 million reserve in that fund so that we can do that. But I am trying to withhold that 1.2 million just in case and save money in all the other projects so that just in case we don't get the grant, we still have the money to repair this next year. Because I don't think it's going to go years on end. I mean, we may be able to buy a year, but I'm not wanting to push my luck past that.
Okay, thank you.
So Kevin, on this, I get it's going to be next year. Did we get any indicators back of why we didn't receive the grant, or did we, like on a lot of stuff that we apply for, if we're shovel ready to go, whether we move forward with the bid, we know what the cost could be. Is that going to help us get the grant?
Yeah, they had a set amount of money that was appropriated for the grant. I think it was around 27 million. They had 63 applicants. If everybody's applying for $750,000, they obviously can't do 63 applicants. So they chose the priority list. I'm not sure what their criteria was for how they determine projects, but we did not make the cut. Next year, they were looking at increasing that grant to 33 million, somewhere in that ballpark, because of the amount of people that were applying for it and the need of historical preservation on these buildings.
Okay. Is there any further questions?
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock?
So we talked about needs and wants. This is a need for Pennington County, I think. We also have some cast iron pipe that we had need for, and we found we had to do a little bit more than what we thought on that. Once that failed, we have a lot of cast iron pipe we need to replace. That's a need. Do we have that budgeted? We have this wall that's going to cost us 1.2. We don't have that budgeted because we have other needs for the 3 million at this point, or 2 that has.
We actually have that set aside in the accumulated building
1.2.
earmarked, yeah.
The reserve, right? So what happens if you overrun on all these buildings? And you have other needs already with your cumulative building? Do we just use it? And what we have done in the past is we keep knocking it down to another year and another year because we've used it for other projects. To baby something along because it might be end of 24, it might be 25, and we are collecting all kinds of buildings at this point. To me, take care of what you have, make sure you have that budgeted way past where you should in a certain, I'm a what-if person. You do have 1.2 in there in reserves, but you have how many $1 million worth of buildings and needs that already are needed already. So to me, we have kept kicking, since I've been here 9 years, we keep kicking the can down the road. And then pretty soon, it gets to the point where it gets bad enough where we go, okay, we have to use that money, where are we going to get it? So then we keep putting the other projects off and the other projects, and then it becomes one big circle of what is the biggest need at this time. We can't do it all, but we have money to buy more buildings. So not it's always been my thing. Take care of what you have, make sure you've got enough funding for that. I do it in my business. And then if you can take care of that, then you do the next need. And you do the next need until you are ahead of the game, meaning you can afford it for one thing, and we're not worried about what might happen if some emergency happens past 1.2 million. So I think you should fix the wall. If you have to, like you said, you might have to bid it out. It might not be bid out. It might not be done till spring. It might be done in the fall. By that time, hopefully, maybe we have more money left out of the other buildings, but I've been here too long to see we're kicking the can down the road way too long and way too much. So my recommendation is take care of what you have and quit getting more than we need. So
this wasn't on our agenda, Kevin, so I would suggest that this get put on our agenda on the May 7th, or October 17th meeting. This was, you're doing a report right now, and brought it to our attention, so I wouldn't suggest a motion right now, and just to give the commission time to do some further research, but
good idea.
I think, put it on our next meeting's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to recommend that I bring this before the building committee again
Yeah.
and get their recommendation and bring that forth from here. We don't meet again until the 19th for the building committee, so it would actually be the first meeting in November.
First meeting in November? I think that'd be a good, board okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, so it sounds like take it to the building committee and then bring it back in November.
The next project update, everybody on, is the third floor conference room. This is the executive conference room on the third floor above the shelled in area, above the secure entryway. The two floors were shelled in for this type of purpose. The Seco Construction is currently working on this project. They're moving along with framing. Electricians are supposed to be there tomorrow. So it's moving right along. We are scheduled to finish mid-December and have this done.
Chairman,
Okay.
what's the amount of this remodel?
This was $320,000 for the Seco contract.
Thank you, sir.
And that is also being paid for out of accumulated building fund. So between what we have set aside for the tunnel, this project, and a couple of minor things, we're about $1.5 million of set aside out of accumulated building. Any questions on that project? Okay. Our needs assessment identified these projects: the jail booking area, additional beds, infrastructure of the main jail, a new administrative office, and then how we change the administrative building and the public safety building, how we swap those around, and then a suggestion to purchase 14 St. Joe Street, the old First Interstate Bank. This is square footage numbers. So as you can see, this is what we have currently for square footage. If we have a standard square footage per employee and the type of service and the type of support that they have, we're currently short 57,902 square foot from programming and what we actually have. In 20 years, that shows that this is 216,000 square feet. This includes the jail. Some of the other charts I've shown with this did not include the jail, but as we're working through the jail planning, we can bring that square footage into this equation. This is the projected growth by employee or by square footage, how each department grows. Some of these grow considerably. 258 for human resources. Well, they had 3 employees. It drastically changes the percentage versus somebody like highway or state's attorney's office, somebody like that, where they have a lot more employees. So the 157,000 or 157% for state's attorney is almost doubling their space. It's a considerable jump in square footage that they're looking at, and that's based on the square footage per employee.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
Kevin, maybe for the audience, can you just give us an overview of this needs assessment, how we reached out to this company saying, where's the county going to be at, not maybe our administration, but where are we going to be 10 to 15 years from now?
Sure.
So just who we hired and what the recommendations were, and this is kind of where we're at today.
Yeah, in 2010, we had a master plan agreement done by BKV Group, which is a national firm, and their office for this kind of work is out of Minnesota. So we reached out to them again to update and actually look at all county offices. So everywhere across the board, all the people up here on the screen, plus the jail, highway, the 4-H building. We had them take a comprehensive look at everything and how growth within the county has affected the square footage needs that we have. They are a firm that does this for a living. They are a professional firm that does these kind of studies, programming all across the nation. So we hired them. They came back where we've got about a 23 to 30% growth within the county and most all of the departments. We don't really have to, there were a few departments we had already planned enough room for, and we don't have to change. Evidence building, health and human services, the new highway administration building, those kind of things we don't have to do much with. They did find a drastic need within the administrative offices, law enforcement, attorneys, both prosecution and defense, and the court system. We didn't get into depth in the jail, so we amended their contract and are now doing advanced planning for the jail because we have been seeing, we need to get a better understanding of how they functions and how the long-term works with the jail. So we're working through that process as well. So they presented all the results last year in September. We've had some updates since then. We bought the 900 Concourse building, looking at their results and how we could address some of that. So we purchased that building, which we'll get into. And then they presented a couple months ago as an update to us on the continuing plan of action that we're looking at on how things can move around and what our future plans are and how that works out monetarily.
And one of the things that we tried to do is keep the campus in one location relative to safety, public safety, court services, evidence center.
Yeah, in the initial blush of looking at things, we knew we needed more jail space. And so we were looking at creating an offsite jail and some other things. But that's separating jail services. And it's not really freeing up administration space. So as we were looking at buildings or locations where we could relocate a jail, it came to fruition that it made sense to move the administrative functions of the county to a single location and free up this campus as more of a justice campus. So you've got your law enforcement, your attorneys, and your court system all on one location.
But some of the recommendations were in excess of $100 million.
Most every single one
We looked
of them.
at.
Chairman.
You done, Ron?
Yeah, I'm good.
Ms. Hadcock?
So a couple of years ago was when I was on the the building committee. It was jail and buildings and grounds and take care of some of the cast iron pipe and some other stuff. Now we have a B&B master plan. One thing we need to worry about is work environment. It's not the same. You can do a plan, but if it doesn't follow the plan, that always is not going to happen. So you have to look at that plan and readjust based on what work environment and what is happening basically in Rapid City, so Pennington County. So at one time, and I was in favor of this changing to the public safety building, we were going to get half from the city. Now we are not. So we are still moving forward with changing this anyway.
I'll explain that a little further in the
Right,
presentation.
and I understood that, and so now we readjusted it.
Yeah, as you stated, things are constantly in change. We have a plan, but the plan is in flux. It changes as we find different solutions or different needs.
Well, I see the influx, but the city was willing to go half on this building, and then they didn't have enough money in this year's budget to do that. So they did not, if that was what I heard on the city council. So now we are moving forward to keeping the building, and based on B and V, that public safety was with the city. Those updates were with the city. So now we're just going to grow into this building as a county, and we are going to pay those costs because the city said they didn't have the cash flow to move it. I was in favor of doing public safety in this building, but not without the cash flow of the other half. That's my opinion. Number two, you have 110,000 people in Pennington County. How much space and how much do we plan on growing to? I'd like to do a comparable to Sioux Falls, and I should have done it, and I didn't think about it till today, or other places, how big their buildings are. We are overtaking the downtown district, that they had a different plan than Pennington County coming and taking a bunch of buildings off the tax rolls and increasing our numbers. I was in favor of moving to the concourse. I thought that made sense. And I thought I was in favor of doing this building with them paying half. But at this point, how much space do we need? How many things do we need to move based on 110,000 population? We have 110,000 people. We're building for, I don't know what we're building for at this point. A 20-year, this is current space and 2042 projection. We're putting all our eggs in one basket. We are taking the cash flow of Pennington County by millions, buying buildings with a workforce that there isn't any. The workforce is nothing like it used to. Our statistics are 887 people quit last year. 23 were retired. 426 of those people that we have hired in the last 4 years. That tells you by statistics what's going to happen. It doesn't mean you're going to increase. Ask the sheriff's office, ask some of the other people in this building. What's the turnover and how many people are you retaining? We keep thinking we're going to increase. Well, that would be a good dream to me. I have a dream for my businesses and stuff, but I also have to be able to afford it. And we're putting these buildings on the tax rolls and taking them off after we just said TIFs suck. County hates TIFs. We're taking all this building and all these monies off the tax roll. So are we. So are we. Millions. Telling the taxpayers that, hey, we're not increasing our budget. We're not making it go up. I understand services, and Pennington County is amazing at services. We are. We do a great job. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's what I think. You guys are increasing this and taking buildings and taking millions of dollars investing on what you think you might want for the future. What in the next 10 years if innovation comes and you don't need as many people because there's not going to be? We can sell the buildings, someone told me. I said, okay, I get it.
Okay, is there a question, Ms. Hack?
So, no, I think I should be able to say on the buildings, Lloyd, without a question, what my concerns are about increasing
You have.
all of this. So, yeah, nobody's listening, and I'm good with that. So I guess it's just me.
Any other questions for
Should be a
Kevin?
worry.
So this is my flow chart on how we utilize the space that we would vacate after moving administration to the 900 Concourse building. It looks somewhat like an explosion of spaghetti. I tried to make it as readable as possible, utilizing same colors so that those departments would backfill other departments. So this row of offices are what would move to 900 Concourse, as demonstrated by that arrow. State's attorney would move into the equalization and planning and zoning area. They currently have taken up their conference rooms with cubicle space for their employees. They don't have a place to do mock trials or any of that any longer. They are out of space there. So this will give them the room that they are looking for now. Emergency management and fire administration, utilizing a section of information technology area, moving dispatch into their area. Public defender would move out to the First Interstate Bank, and the and then training from the police department would backfill Board of Commissioners space. Warrants, civil, criminal records, they're going to all move over here to these offices. That'll give Sheriff's Office enforcement divisions the room that they need to grow. We were planning, the building committee had recommended an $800,000 project to expand the public safety building on the first floor, taking up the public hallway and all of that, just to give them a few more feet for their expansion of their law enforcement division. That this will help solve that problem, and we'll be able to reduce cost over that 800,000 that we were originally planning. So that was one way we were looking at saving some of that money. We have a new, this is the new jail building, the main jail. One of the ideas that we're tossing right now is to put a new Sally Port on the north side and a new transitional housing unit here. This is still in flux. We have a lot of discussion to have revolving around this. There's some real operational problems with trying to remodel the booking area while you're still booking people. There's a problem trying to relocate inmates from ground level, first floor up to the higher levels if we're demoing elevators. So there's some things we need to work out here. We're still trying to find the most economical approach. So we'll present that once we have some better defined paths, and then we'll have some options for everybody to discuss. No changes in any of the buildings that are yellow. B&G is very congested in the old jail building, the original jail. So they would be utilizing the west or the east side of the bank building. There's some options that we were looking at for the bank building where it also helps alleviate some of our court problems. We're short of some courtrooms, and so we were addressing that. Excuse me. Does anybody have any questions on this, or can I provide some further explanation?
Here.
Okay.
So Kevin, I appreciate everything you do. Building committee is a recommending body, and we are the final say. So nothing against you. You are doing your job. So I appreciate that when I'm saying stuff. So again, the building committee is a recommending body. This commission has the final say. It's not something that we do it all the time with committees. So I appreciate you giving this rundown today, but it's not anything to do with you, Kevin. You're just doing your job, sir.
Thank you.
Kevin?
So this is the jail layout. This would be the main jail, the existing building. This is the existing Sally Port, this side over here. One of the early concepts was we're putting new holding cells here. People would come into intake, property storage. As they get released, they'd get their property. They'd be able to move out. And then you got group holding. So right here, you've got holding for 60 to 90 inmates, depending on whether you double house these or keep them as single cells. And then the new transitional unit would have between 140 and 148 holding cells. And this would be constructed in such a way that you could build additional floors on top of it. So increasing the 148 each floor that you'd put on top for future needs. The two wings are separated by the medical and mental health unit. That way you've got people coming from each of these towers into here. And this is where the annex is located. They also have direct access from these elevators into here. Our maintenance department would move into where the medical units are, and then they could disperse to the 3 towers easily. So that's one of the initial concepts for our jail. But to remodel all of this while still operating as a booking area becomes very problematic. The other thing I want to mention in this is this utilizes the area where the sheriff's office has their covered parking right now, secure parking for patrol vehicles. So as all the dominoes get set up, we find more that need to be in place. And so we need to find a location where we can put secure parking for the sheriff's office and where it's readily accessible for them, whatever building they're in.
So Kevin, on this part here, of the jail expansion, one of the main things also would be the replacement of the infrastructure underground.
Yeah, so this ground level, we'd address a lot of the main sewer issues on the horizontals. So everything coming from up above comes down and it hits a horizontal and then it goes out to the street. We're installing a new sewer main out here and replacing all the horizontals and dumping into that new sewer main. So that'll help alleviate a lot of the backups and other infrastructure problems we're having. If you have a leak on a vertical rise where something is coming down, it doesn't, it's not fun to have a fluent leaking out of a pipe, but the volume is considerably less on a vertical because it's just going past and it's not sitting in the pipe for a long period of time. So the more we can address the horizontals, the more it'll take the load off of this building. One of the options that we've played with is to build a new booking area here and a new transitional housing above it. That would keep this all operational. Once this is complete, you just turnkey, you move all of this operation into here, and then you have the ability to have an empty floor where you can still address the infrastructure as time and money allow. So
Chairman,
then it would be working in as an overflow space for as you get more inmates.
Okay.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
thank you. Can you tell me what transitional housing is?
So transitional housing is where they're very short stay or they haven't been processed fully. So they don't know if they're keeping them for several days or if they're going to be released on their own recognizance or bailed out. So they're in transition that we don't know if they're going to be sitting there for a trial or if they're going to bail or be released.
I appreciate that. I knew that, but I didn't know if the public did. Brian had a really good explanation when I asked him before, but so people have the understanding it's not like transitional housing over here, over on Star Village at the end of it, East Boulevard. It sounds like new transitional housing, but what you made, it makes sense that we're trying to figure out where we're putting them.
Yeah,
Not that we're just housing inmates and transitioning them into the public.
it is a detention facility, so they were picked up for a reason and they are here for a reason. We're just trying to figure out exactly what that is.
Thank you.
I did say that right? Okay.
You did, because you explained it to me before, but like I said, the public needs to know that it's not a transitional housing unit, meaning like we have outside of the jails.
Construction's my knowledge base, not jail systems, but I try to learn so that I can
Basically,
be a better
detention.
construction manager. Any other questions on the jail?
No.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yep, this is 900 Concourse. This is kind of how we've laid out the departments. This is the end of schematic design, so we're pretty much set on the department locations. The way the cubicles are laid out, some of these rooms may change a little bit. That all happens through design development and construction documents. So we're setting up our next round of meetings now that we have the approval to move forward with the design contract. But essentially, this is equalization and planning and zoning. We could utilize this west entrance as a public entrance to these departments. They are connected to the main entry here. The auditor is located here. This would be the commission office, the treasurer, with seating and the row for people getting there, taking care of treasurer business. Human resources over here, information technology, register of deeds here. These are shared conference rooms. So we've tried to retain shared conference rooms wherever. This is strategically located so that early voting, people can come in and we can stage people here before they go through a voting line here and then back out. This is a commercial restaurant that is undecided what we're doing with yet. These are the two restrooms I mentioned earlier. Rather than dividing, we're leaving as one space. This is all not in the work scope, and then this is all receiving and buildings and grounds and IT and electrical rooms and all that kind of stuff. So is there any questions on this?
Thanks for your guys' tour last week. That helped out considerably, I think.
So one way that we can repurpose this building for what we're looking at is instead of moving the entire state's attorney's office over to the public safety building, they would take over the areas currently utilized by equalization and planning and zoning. And this will give them the growth area that they need and return their conference room to them. If we move records, civil, and warrants from sheriff's office over here, this takes up this space. This does meet our programming needs for those departments in the future. We can utilize these spaces pretty well because this is your public face. And this light purple here is basically the only public side of the building. Everything else would be secured. This is, okay. This is the main change we're doing there. The basement level, this level would be training and a couple other moves. We still have that set in stone. I'm just kind of showing how we would backfill this from the public safety building. So,
Mr. Chair.
Laster.
I do have a question because it's not shown on here, and maybe I just haven't thought about it. And I know you're going to talk about public defender and all that, but what's going to go in on where the public defender's at and where the old state's attorney's office is? What's going to backfill in those areas?
so the state's attorneys or the public defender space will most likely become the administrative offices for the sheriff's office and law enforcement if we get some additional money for the law enforcement. But in the interim, it would be the administrative offices for sheriff's office because investigations and some of those other departments would expand up to where they are.
Then how about the state's attorney's office area?
State's attorney is staying on the fourth and third and then
fourth
moving
and
into
third,
the
okay.
second. Yeah, the eventual plan is to actually create a new public safety building here, but that requires money. And as Deb pointed out, the city is still working through some funding issues. And if they want to bring money forward, we'll look at doing some of those changes. Until then, the state's attorney's office and the sheriff have been very accommodating in trying to help us find accommodations for them in an economical way. And this should work for almost everybody. Hopefully I'm not overspeaking for you guys.
Okay.
Now, this is kind of a first blush on how we would look at the First Interstate Bank building, on how we would populate it, pardon me. This would become buildings and grounds. This area here is the leaseback space with the bank. They want to retain their drive-up window for 3 to 5 years. This side is the 3-story side. We're still working through some things. This could be a juvenile courtroom with some judges' space and some interview rooms and some public space. It really doesn't, there's not really enough public space here for the amount of people they have on juvenile days. So we're still contemplating how we can utilize this and still get some court space. This would become public defender area as well as the second and third floors. As a second floor, this would become public defender. There is a room built above that storage area over here, and this would be buildings and grounds. And this would most likely be our tech area for the maintenance guys to do their reporting. Third floor, this red square is a current lease that we'd be inheriting with this building. It's for cellular equipment that's on the roof and in this room. And the rest of the space would be for public defender. Questions on that building? So,
Mr. Chair, just
Mr. Lester.
for the public defender, is that going to last them for a significant amount of time versus what they're in right now in the other building?
yes, the programming space is above, those 3 floors are above what their programming space is. Not by a lot, but it will give them substantial room for growth.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
It also allows them to bring the offices they have outside of the county complex right now back into the complex.
Correct. They're leasing office space for their juvenile division, and we can bring that back into house. And then they don't have a mock courtroom or some of the other functions that they need for training new public defenders and working through trial systems. And this would give them that square footage to be able to do that. It'd be multi-purpose space where they could utilize it for that, plus staff meetings and everything else. Gives them the square footage for that we hadn't really planned in some of the original programming.
Okay.
So how do we pay for all of it? These are our rough estimates. So we currently have 428,886 square footage for all departments. As we showed earlier, the programming, it's 57, almost 58,000 square foot short. 5-year projection, we're adding 130 plus thousand by 20 years, 216,000. Pardon me. By adding 900 concourse, we're reduced this 5-year projection to just 53,000. So we're meeting all of our needs until that 5-year mark. We're still 140,000 short at 20-year mark. By adding the bank, we're still short. Now, take into consideration, this is including the jail as well. So I'll get to that number here in a minute. These numbers, this number here would basically be all jail space that's needed. This fixes all department needs for the next 20 years. And all of this additional square footage, this 100,000, from there on would be jail space that's required. By adding a transitional housing unit, we only add 25,000 square feet. So it would only meet our need for that first 10 years or first 5 years. After that 10-year mark, we'd still be looking at needing a second tower or a second floor. And in 15 years, we'd be looking at a third floor. And in 20 years, we'd be looking at a fourth floor. So that's the upward trend that they have logged since, I think it was 2006, in our jail system. And we've showed that numerous times during other presentations.
Chair.
Okay.
Ms. Hadcock.
So, again, I was in buildings and grounds, and I think the initial program was the 28 million that we bonded for. At least 28 million was for jail. On the original plan, I think it was like 16, then it became 28. And now in 5 years, we need another tower, and we keep kicking the can down the road again. So, if someone's in buildings and grounds, I thought we were at 28 million for the jail. That's why we bonded for 45 million. And now the 28 million is not usually for the jail. It's using for other buildings.
Actually, within the spreadsheet, as I get down into here,
Yeah.
you'll see where that money's accounted for.
For the jail?
Yes.
So we're putting 28 million in the jail out of the 47 that we have.
We'll
So,
be putting more than that in it.
in the next 5 to 10 years, or just originally it was just for the jail. It wasn't to buy other buildings.
Through all of our projections, all of the needs for the county
Right,
added to over $120 million.
right.
We received 52 million in bonding and ARPA funds. So of that dollars, we're making the most of what we can do. It does not mean that there's still not a shortage of $70 million to finish all of our 20-year projections. And that was not taking into account the current programming of where the jail's at. So in those original projections, we were not looking at the numbers of the jail continuously throughout.
Which
So
I get, but again, when we originally started when I agreed for a $45 million bond, it was because the jail needed $28 million now, because it had to be expanded. Now we're saying, we did a BKV, and we took that money and we distributed it in other areas, because now those are the needs. So, depends on who's on the buildings and grounds at the time and what we're doing with programming or what we're doing. That's what the needs are. So I'm not getting it. I'm not getting that. We told the public we needed a $45 million bond. We didn't say for other buildings and to expand the concourse and to buy a bank. We said we needed it for the jail. So,
as I
we
go through
still
here,
need it. Yes, we still need it for the jail, and you do have some transitional housing coming in there, and you might need a second floor in 5 years, and I, it drives me absolutely nuts. It depends on who's in the group at the time, what the needs are, and it has been since we started. But again, if we look, and if I can find the original paper, that 28 million out of that 45 originally was supposed to be used for just jail. So in the future, we might end up spending 28 million, but I'm saying we used that money to buy other buildings and stuff at this time. And then in the future, we're gonna add to it because we're gonna expand the jail in the next 5 years.
my understanding was the 28 million was 22 million based on Venture's original intake for the infrastructure project at the jail. We were then told that we needed 200 additional beds when we started the needs assessment process.
Right.
In that process, now all of a sudden, that 22 million, how do we get 200 additional beds on top of the infrastructure? This was the puzzle we had to try to figure out. Currently, we are addressing the infrastructure, majority of the infrastructure needs by fixing the lateral lines and the horizontals. And then we're also adding the transitional housing and some additional booking beds, which meets that 200-bed requirement. So that's all we can do with the money that we were granted. So,
Right. The money that you were granted from the new building committee, not the old building committee, or not the plan that was first originated. I understand that. What I'm saying is, again, that's not what was told to the public and to me or the people that, like you said, how much is it now? Are they spending 7, 8 million? And then for the future, in the next 5 years, we're gonna need another jail. How much is that gonna cost us? So, we need a second floor. We already know from criminals, we know from the state's attorney, we know from, those are the three areas, your state's attorney, your public defender, and your jail, that's gonna be the hugest needs, plus that buildings and grounds, because you've just increased, 130,000 square feet, and you're short 8 people. I'm not getting all the numbers, I'm not getting how all these pieces are gonna come together with what's happening in the environment. I'll keep saying it, and what was told to the public in the first place. So, again, you went from 28 million to, okay, we're just gonna adjust and use that money for other buildings because we have other needs. That wasn't the original plan. Because we're being more efficient and effective for the next 20 years. And we still need 70 million more to be effective and efficient for the next 20 years. I'll keep saying, if you run a business on how we're discussing and what we're doing with the money and what we have done with it, it didn't make sense to me when we started changing, and I kept saying, where do we have the money? What we did is we just deficient, whatever the word is, made other areas more deficient and said, we'll put them in a different plan, just like we always have, again, kick the can down the road, and then use the money for other stuff that we thought we had a bigger need for. So, again, I'm not getting it. I still don't get it. I know, administratively, we needed a building, but, again, you can't tell the public one thing you got a bond for and then use it for something else, because now that need isn't as needy. It's just, we're just gonna kick it down the road and then figure it out later.
Okay,
So,
Brian?
Chairman, if I could make just a quick comment specific to the jail. And I sat in on the building committee before I was elected sheriff, but I've been very involved with the process since I took office. Deb is correct. $28 million was a number that we utilized. That was just to fix jail infrastructure in the current existing tower, our main jail that was built in 1986. When Kevin gets to the next slide, he's going to show how we've utilized the $52 million to try to meet all of our current needs that we have. We're spending about $28 million, and you'll see that on the next page when we flip to it, to fix a majority of the infrastructure needs from our first $28 million project that we had from Venture, but also to add 148 beds of transitional housing, which is jail housing for us, add an additional 30 beds to booking, which is an immediate need. We're able to accomplish that with roughly the $28 million that was initially bonded for. And when Kevin flips to that, he'll be able to show that.
Go ahead and flip to that.
When he flips to the next slide, it's going to show that we spent that money on the jail. We haven't been dishonest with the public with what we've done with our funds. When it comes to the public safety switch, State's Attorney Retzel and Chief Hedrick and I looked at the initial bill that we got for a potential up to $18 million worth of remodel cost on this building to switch the State's Attorney's Office and the public defender, or public safety. And the three of us got together and we agreed that 18 million was too much money to invest in a remodel when we have the ability to keep most of our functions in place between the three of us. And you'll see here on this spreadsheet that we took that roughly $18 million cost that we received earlier and got that whittled down to roughly $1.5 million. So I think we've worked hard at the building committee to try to use the available money that we have in Pennington County to meet our current needs. Might we have to make some adjustments to that in the future? Yes, but our office is busting at the seams. We are fully staffed. The jail's going to be fully staffed here in November. The State's Attorney's Office has people that are working out of closets. So there is some future needs built into this, but a lot of this is to keep us up and running with the current needs that we have right now. So I think that the committee has done a good job to put an initial plan together, and I just wanted to throw a couple comments out.
so
Thank
Chair.
you. Final comments?
Yes, sir. So current needs is not where we're going here. We're looking at, up to 20 years. That's why we've spent the money we have moved forward on, if I'm correct. It wasn't for a 5-year plan. It was more 10 to 20-year plan and what we needed, Brian. So now you're saying it's just an immediate need at this point for the jail at 26 million is what it looks like. And for the future, we're gonna need to expand, but what this plan keeps saying, and BKV keeps saying, it's not immediate needs, it's needs for the next 10 to 20 years. So that's just a start for the jail, to make the immediate needs now, we need to, do a second floor in 5 years, right?
Chairman?
Mr. Mueller?
What we're looking at doing for the jail right now would meet our immediate needs. But what we're doing is building the footprint for the future growth at the jail. We can add the 20-year growth on top of the footprint. Every other option that we looked at was going to spend close to $28 million for the jail infrastructure without adding any capacity. Every other plan that we looked at was between $80 and $100 million to add the future capacity. What we're able to do with $28 million that's on that spreadsheet roughly, if you look at the jail cost, the new jail transitional housing unit and the booking remodel and other jail projects, is to improve the critical infrastructure that is most at risk of failing, plus add 148 transitional housing beds now with the money that we have available, plus create the footprint for whatever the future growth at the jail needs are to be able to do that right here at the campus. We've currently have our kitchen and laundry project that most of you are on the commission when we went down that road. We sized that adequately for 1,200 beds. The jail infrastructure is set up to handle the additional housing unit. And I think this current plan is the most cost-effective plan moving forward for Pennington County.
I appreciate that, Brian, but the critical needs back when I was on there was the jail, and it was gonna cost 28. First it was 16 or 17, then it went up because we added stuff, then the critical needs was B and G. Other than that, we have made critical needs for the next 10 to 20 years at the cost of, starting at about $52 million, and we're not done yet. So that's a lot of needs that weren't in the pipeline, and it's a lot of, I'll just say, it's a lot of working class people paying our needs in Pennington County. In the next 10 to 20 years, I didn't think everything needed to be bought and done right away. Jail was critical needs, I keep saying, for the future. State's attorney, court systems, those are things that are never going to go away. Everybody counts here, I understand, in Pennington County, but sometimes you're going to have to make do because other things that are going to be, you're not going to get less than. You're just not in the future, unless criminals become less and what's coming from outside is going to be less. I don't see that being innovative. You can't innovate that. You can't make people not. So in other departments, I think we can be more innovating and we don't have to buy as many buildings. I think you're going to need that additional cash flow. I think it is a critical need. I think it's going to stay a critical need. So again, if I put my eggs in one basket, it's going towards the jails. It's going to be the expansion and make sure that is done. That's, again, you're 52 million into something. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money at paying for and saying next 10 to 20 years, these buildings are going to be full.
Okay,
Thank you. I just wanted to address the jail specific
thank
portion.
you.
Thank you.
And we are running behind, but let's move on with the presentation. There is no action on this item. This is just informational only.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
Kevin, can you go to the previous slide? As a member of the building committee, I just want to let the general public know that, you know, when we bought the concourse building, that was 10 acres and 76,000 square feet for $92 a square foot. If we wait 10 years to build that, you're looking at it, currently it's about, you're estimating $425. So I don't know, it's tough, but I think we've looked real hard and we've tried to spend taxpayers' money as wisely as possible.
I checked with a couple of architects, and they are working with Skoll, and there were 7 office buildings being built right now, and $425 a square foot was the least expensive office complex. So just to build out an office building, nothing special, nothing like a jail, it's $425 a square foot currently today in Rapid City.
And the $92 a square foot included a fully furnished building, a 10-acre lot, infrastructure, and the building itself.
Yep. Same with First Interstate. So it includes the parking lot over here that it's not included in this square footage price. It also comes with some FF&E, furniture, so forth and so on. Finishes are pretty good. And to replace it with new is something else. And it also, the square footage price does not include land.
It's not just the county. We were talking to the mayor of Rapid City a couple days ago, and city offices are going through the same thing. You know, you had the school administration building, they moved out, and it's just a result of growth.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'll run through this really quick. The 52 million was after we had already purchased 900 Concourse. This body recommended that the Rapid Valley Water Project receives 5 or thereabout million for that. I don't have that exact number. The bank purchase with the parking lots is 5 million to remodel the bank and the administration building both. That's estimating $75 a square foot, or so 7 million for 900 concourse and 1.6 for the bank building. That gives us 33 million. So between public safety building and this administration building, I'm planning $1.5 million. And then the jail housing, the 28 million is here. This 28 million addresses some of the needs that weren't identified when we got the 28 million to fix the infrastructure. That was just an infrastructure fix. It didn't fix anything for the future. With this plan, we've met all of the future growth for all of the administrative offices, for the attorneys, for most of the departments other than the jail. So, and currently, the jail has been running over operational efficiency since 2014. They do an outstanding job making do with what they have. So if we can give them this part of the project, I'm sure that they can operate that until such time that we really need to expand that jail further. We just need to plan accordingly to make sure that that's a viable process.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Mr. Lester.
On those numbers and the growth, I'm guessing that's an expectation that the county is going to grow a number of FTEs as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next time we see a presentation, can we see what the current FTE is at that time for those departments and what the projected is, so we can kind of get numbers to the square footage?
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Any further questions for Kevin?
Just want to say thank you, Kevin, for a detailed report.
Certainly.
Thanks, Kevin. With that, we go to item number C, which is the St. Joe purchase agreement amendment.
So in negotiations with First Interstate Bank, we had our due diligence period. Within the due diligence period, we had agreed that there would be a leaseback section for the drive-up window. We weren't able to come to terms on that before the end of the due diligence period. We won't actually make a motion or approve that until we are the owner. So after closing, then we can become the owners and enter into a lease agreement. As a purchaser, we have nobody to lease to. So what we're asking for is to extend this purchase agreement. It changes the actual purchase agreement that was voted on by this body. The language in there to extend that leaseback agreement period. We got the document this morning. They've met all of our requests. We're just reviewing it for legalities. State's attorney hasn't had a chance to review that yet. So we actually have all of this worked out. We just need to make the adjustment to that purchase agreement to make sure it's all legal.
Are there any questions for Kevin on this?
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
number one, I voted no on this building. Seemed like a good idea, and then I started looking at the numbers, looking at the employees, looking at a lot of different things for Pennington County. And I keep saying what we want and what we need and what we can afford, just like anybody else. At this point, I don't think this is a good purchase. I think we need to finish, and one of our commissioners had said that we needed to finish some of our other buildings before we decide to buy another one, just to see what the costs are at this point. It's not good business just to buy things because we might need them for the future. And then fill the space at this point with whatever we can, because then people don't have to make do like the rest of the public does with their stuff until they can afford it, or that's something that they need, not that they want for the future. So I'm not in favor of this building and the parking lots at this point.
Okay. Any other commissioners? If not, I'd look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the chair's signature on the First Amendment to purchase and sale agreement for the property located at 14 St. Joseph Street, Rapid City, South Dakota.
Moved by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. Any public comment? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No,
Motion passes with 1 no. Thank you, Kevin. This brings us to items 15, items from Compensation Committee, and I'll recognize HR Director Carol Bancroft.
Good morning again, Commissioners.
And all three of these items are no motion, just the first reading.
Correct, the recommendations. Carol Bancroft, Pennington County HR Director. The first recommendation is for the county to review and move forward with having a dependent care FSA, and this would be through Health Equity Plan, which is a partner with Wellmark. And so the Compensation Committee and the Healthcare Trust Board, that they have been meeting independently and over the course of the last year discussing what they can do to help our employees as far as dependent care. And so researching the dependent care flexible spending account is the most feasible option. That when we did employee surveys in the last couple of years, as well as the most recent one was just this year, that it was resoundingly that one of the biggest concerns that our employees had was childcare. And so Commissioner Hadcock and Holly Hennies, that we have been doing research on what we could do for childcare, whether it would be a facility, et cetera. And so extensive research was done on some of those other options. But again, the most feasible one that can help supplement our employees and help them with this particular concern and help with recruitment and retention is to have a flexible spending account for dependent care. So you have before you some of the documents. There's questions and answers on how this funding would work and what the requirements are to work with health equity, et cetera. So approving a dependent care FSA benefit and the funding source for it from the general fund and other department funds as appropriate, that is the recommendation of the Compensation Committee and in partnership with the Healthcare Trust Board, and therefore it cannot be acted on until the next meeting.
Yep, thank you, Carol. Commissioners have any questions for Carol on that flexible spending?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
I sat on both of those committees at the present time, and they were thoroughly discussed, coming up with the idea of the dependent care FSA. And I would say that both committees were in full agreement that this was a good plan to move forward with.
Thank you, Mr. Drew. I think we can go on to item number B.
So the next one is policy 4.2 that deals with holidays. That what the current policy explained was that the overtime of time and a half when an employee is required to work on a holiday was only extended to essential employees, which are defined as our 24/7, the sheriff's office, et cetera. And so the Compensation Committee is recommending that we would change that to be revised, that non-exempt employees, removing the essential criteria, that would be something that we would have for any employee who is required to work that is non-exempt, that they would get the time and a half. So again, this one is a proposed revision and it's a recommendation at this point in time, so cannot be acted upon until next meeting.
Thanks, Carol. Is there any questions from the board? Item C, policy 4.7, compensation.
Yes, the policy 4.7, workers' compensation insurance, that this is adding more rigor to the policy as far as adding the specific language from South Dakota codified laws, and then also providing guidance to employees on how to handle worker compensation claims, as well as making sure that the auditor's office has a clear-cut procedure on how they handle the reimbursements from workers' compensation and how it can be paid in conjunction with their accrued benefit time. And so this one is an outgrowth of having our risk manager position, that Walter has worked very hard on this policy.
Is there any questions for Carol on workman's comp? Being none, thanks, and these will be on our next agenda for action.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Next, this brings us to item 16, which is items from the public. And I'll read what we have. It's for SDCL 1-25-1, speaker request form required. I do have one. Speakers for public comments, a time for members of the public to discuss or express concerns to the Board of Commissioners on policies and issues affecting county government and its function. Action will not be taken during this item, on this item, or any issue brought forward that is not properly noticed. Speakers under this item will be recorded in the minutes by name and area of interest. And the speaker request form I have is from Heather Baxter. You understand what I read, Heather?
Yes,
There
I
you
do.
go. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. To understand our local election process, I just had a few questions. Does the auditor have a system that allows an audit of each election? If so, how much is paid for it per year? Does the auditor audit each election, and is that report made public? What does the audit include? When was the last election audit done, and was it made public? And then also, what do you require as commissioners in order to certify the elections? Cast vote records have been a hot topic in past elections. As you know, they don't identify a voter. I know that the ES&S CVRs are public record, and machine production of CVRs is a requirement for the certification per the United States Election Assistance Commission. CVRs are intended for the general public according to the National Institute of Standards and Technology website. If our county machine is Election Assistance Commission certified, then the CVRs are part of the requirement for certification per the EAC. So one of my concerns is just in regards to several articles recently that have come out regarding Smartmatic. They've been exposed for bringing in officials to the Philippines to fix their elections. And when I looked at the manuals online, Smartmatic, ES&S, and Dominion all share the same software. So one of my concerns is just that I know we use ES&S machines here. Also, I just wanted to also ask if recounts in Pennington County are done with machines, which I believe they are, but it could be wrong. As we know, audits are not recounts. You probably have kept an eye on Arizona this past year. Their machine counts proved to have an error rate of, I believe it was around 68%. As we look around the states around us, they continue to have machine problems when you're looking at the daily news feeds. So I just wanted to ask, please don't let South Dakota fall down the same path. Transparency can always be improved. Just asking that we'd maybe consider a hand count of ballots before they go into the machines. With elections being meant to be fair, transparent, and auditable, I was just wondering if there'd be a chance that we could put this on the item or on the agenda as an item for future. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Heather. And I will refer that you can always go up to the auditor's office and all those questions that they can answer them up there at that point in time.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask, has she asked the auditor those questions? Have you been up there to ask our auditor any of those questions?
I have not specifically asked all those questions, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Heather.
Yes, thank you.
At this time, we are running a little about a half hour behind. How many people do we have here for the VHR? You got that many, just you two that's going to be at the end of the item. But I just wanted to say, if you have the next items that we're going to be bringing up, speaker request forms, if you could get them filled out and turned into Holly, so we're prepared for that. But normally, we're going to take a short break after this, but I wanted to make sure if you're here for that, get your speaker request forms planned out so we can figure out how to move forward with this. But I think at this time, what I'm going to do is ask the commission for a short break.
Move to take a 10-minute break.
It's been moved by Ross Connect,
Second.
second by Lassiter, take a 10-minute break. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Well, thank you guys for being here today. As I said earlier, if you have a speaker, if you want to speak on any item that's on the agenda, please fill out a speaker request form and turn that in. At this point in time, we're going to come back in from break. And we come to items from planning and zoning. And I'll recognize the director, Brittany Multier.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning
Oh,
Director.
sorry.
The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following two items. Item A is Plan Unit Development Overlay Review PU 19-01 for Brink Constructors Incorporated, BCI Properties LLC, Zane Brink, to review an apprenticeship training facility for linemen of Brink Construction in a plan unit development. And Planning Commission recommended approval of the review of PU 19-01 with 18 conditions. And item B is Major Plan Unit Development Amendment Review PU 19-06 for Rockerville Goldtown LLC, Pat Hall, to review an amendment to an existing plan unit development to allow for townhomes, apartments, and commercial businesses. And Planning Commission recommended to continue the review of PU 1906 to the October 17th, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Thank you, Brittany. At this time, is there any members of the public who would like to remove any item from the planning consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any from the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinick.
move to approve the planning and zoning consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved by Roskinick, seconded by Lassiter to approve the consent agenda for the planning department. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next, we come to our uncontested hearings, and this is the following planning and zoning matters in our uncontested hearings are those which the planning department has not yet received or provided comments contesting the items. The documents for each item have been reviewed by the commissioners, and the decisions during these hearings will be made based on information provided in the packet and a short presentation. If we receive comment contesting the item, the matter will be addressed in the same manner as a contested hearing.
Megan Talmadge, Planner. Agenda item C is rezone 23-12 and is to rezone 5 acres from Agriculture District to Ranchette District. The owner and applicants are Richard and Christine Van Ness. The location is 23180 Highway 385, and the size of the lot affected is 5 acres. Current zoning is Agriculture District. There is no flood hazard on the property. The applicants submitted the rezone along with a layout plan concurrently. The applicant is requesting to subdivide the properties into 2 lots, one 5-acre lot and one 15.01 acres. Since the Planning Commission meeting on September 25th, the staff has received one complaint regarding access to the property and water. The comment is attached to the staff report. The layout plan does address access, and it includes a private access easement to the 5-acre lot. With that, staff recommends approval of RZ 23-12 with Planning Commission's concurrence.
Is there any questions for Megan? Is the applicant here? You, the applicants? Is there anything you'd like to share? No? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinick.
move to approve rezone RZ 23-12.
Second.
Moved by Roskinick, seconded by Lassiter to approve. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Megan. Thank you, folks. Jason.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item D is vacation of section line right-of-way VS 23-02 to vacate approximately 1,170 feet of section line right-of-way between sections 15 and 22 of Township 1S, Range 5 East. The applicants are Shauna and Kyle McBride. Their surveyor was Renner Associates. Other affected landowners are Drew and Rebecca Schroeder, Jim and Susan Nolet. Location of the section line is near Whaley Lane in 385. Properties are currently zoned rural residential district. Access is off Whaley Lane, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Put the criteria up here that staff takes a look at when we consider vacating section lines. As you can see, I have two of those identified in red. The first one are their topographical constraints. I found that there were none. And then also, is there access to U.S. Forest Service lands? And I found that there was. Moving on, so you can see here the Forest Service is identified in green, both sides of the section line. This is the portion that's being requested to be vacated, is all within the yellow. This is the zoning map, so that's rural residential. This is the exhibit that the applicants submitted. Another map identifying the subject properties and the section line. And these are site visit photos that I took on Whaley Lane last week. So you can see the one on the left is identifying the view looking east. And the approximate location of the section line looking west is on the right. Again, these are approximations based on topographical identifiers that I found during my site visit. So staff's analysis of the request is that the section line does appear to provide access to public lands not less than 40 acres. Section line is flat buildable. Topography is not a constraint. Section line in its current location does not appear to restrict placement of single-family residences on any of the subject properties. Public interest does not appear to be better served by vacating the section line, and staff recommended the applicants relocate the section line versus vacating it. With that, staff recommends denial of vacation of section line 23-02.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Jason. Mr. Laster.
Jason, if you were to recommend a relocation of the section line, what would your recommendation be for that?
It
What
seems like
route?
it could be relocated along these property lines here onto Whaley Lane and either continuing on this property line or off the cul-de-sac to go west.
How feasible is that? Do they have to apply for it? Can we do that in lieu of vacating?
They would have to go out and get another petition. This one would have to be signed by 417 people in South Dakota from the public versus what they've gone through so far.
Okay.
Here.
Ms. Hadcock.
So for the Forest Service to have public access in those areas, how else would they get it if we vacated it instead of relocated it? I guess that's my question. I'm more into the relocation. We've done this before where we took it out and then we needed to find our own relocation. But I think at this point, to best serve the property owners and the public, it would be a positive thing to relocate it, just because the Forest Service is in the public interest to be able to access it at any time instead of walking across people's property or on Whaley Lane all the way through it. So I guess that would be my suggestion, is to relocate, and then still that helps the property owners by that relocation, by vacating it and relocating in an area where there still serves the public interest for everybody.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
Jason and I have talked about this, and I can understand your position relative to State Statute 31-18-3, where it says I'll just read that No board of county commissioners or board of supervisors may vacate a section line highway that provides access to public lands or public waters embracing an area not less than 40 acres. So I think we can agree to the west and to the east, that's federal land in excess of 40 acres. But I think the intent was just to make sure that those 40 acres weren't landlocked. And both of those 40 acres to the east and to the west, they're not landlocked. They're actually accessed off of Highway 385. That's your public access. My next question would be, what is Whaley Lane? Is that a easement, a public or county highway?
It's a platted right-of-way.
It's platted, but it's private?
It's platted public right-of-way.
So my question is if somebody wanted to use the section line the way it is today, could somebody just drive down Whaley Lane and start driving across people's property?
Yes.
See, and that's why they want to vacate the section line. Because whether you relocate it or vacate it, you still have that 58-foot setback that is detrimental to the overall utility of any residential lot. Where the Rushmore Hotel is across from Bob's Tree Repair, 4 sections come together, and they've been vacated because of growth, and that's what's happened here. It's just a matter of residential growth. Now, if those 2 Forest Service pieces to the east and west did not have access, I would totally agree. We got to keep that to provide access, but considering that both of those 40-acre parcels, and I think this statute meant good, but I think sometimes as a commissioner, we have to sit there and look at the big picture and really see if it's in the public interest or not.
I do have a speaker request form from the applicant, so I think I'd like to have the applicant come up. Give us your insight on why you're doing it and your thoughts, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Shauna McBride. I'm the applicant. I guess my hope in coming up here and speaking to everybody would be to, like Ron already said, take a step back and look at the situation for what it is. You're allowing a section line highway to run through a residential neighborhood, a highway that allows vehicular traffic through people's back and front yards. And another point that I would make is it's hard, even as Jason could probably say, you go to the site, you don't know exactly where that section line is. It's hard to pinpoint. Even a surveyor has a hard time pinpointing exactly where that section line is. So to say that we're allowing vehicular traffic through people's front and backyards on a non-marked, non-regulated yard seems like a big safety concern to me. So that's why I'm here.
So one of the comments that was made was, what about relocating it?
If it's on our property still, I guess I still have that same concern. Safety and vehicles traveling through yards, essentially, or the possibility that they could.
Chairman.
Ms. Hancock.
So, Ms. Shauna, that's why I think relocation, a lot of times we don't build it up to 66 feet. They're lucky to build 24-foot roads and section lines, even though they're supposed to be 66 feet. But based on public interest, we're actually giving you 66 feet of public land. So for us to have you build something that's less than, or something to access those areas in a different place, I don't believe is a negative. I think it's a positive for you. Plus for the public, we are here for both sides. And again, that 66 feet, and I've said this before, usually they build 20-foot roads, 24-foot roads, even on the section lines through there. So for me, it's just a win-win for both sides. Because it's not always 66 feet, because I don't think anybody's in a residential area has 66 feet between them. But for public access, there needs to be some kind of road for that, Miss Wiley, or Miss Wiley, Miss Shannon.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
Is there any reason why it couldn't be relocated on the outside of that entire community? Just follow in the, is it Forest Service that it is? Just follow along the outside of the property lines in the Forest Service area, because it's only to be accessed for the first Forest Service. And then you don't have to worry about it cutting through a community as well. I mean, I have no problem with it going around that community, because if you're going to drive around, then you're driving around the outside of that community rather than right along a fence line or something of that nature.
I think that might be a little tricky because the Forest Service doesn't recognize
Section
section
lines.
lines. So getting them to approve public right-of-way to be relocated onto Forest Service lands, I don't think would be possible.
So do they not recognize the current one that's there?
No,
So if you drove on that section line right away, what would happen?
it's Forest Service land.
They wouldn't care.
No.
So then why would they care if we just relocated it if they're like, we don't care what you do?
Well, yeah, their stance is that they don't recognize section lines, so they wouldn't approve that.
Is there any more questions for
Chairman,
Shauna? Ms. Hancock?
why couldn't they just go, take it off the corner and go straight ahead, so it would make more sense to just keep Whaley Lane going forward, since they own that property on that side, keep that road moving forward, right? 20 feet or 24 feet?
They could, but they would have to connect it to the west side at some point. So if it went up Whaley Lane and came around, then possible.
Can I correct something, Jason?
Sure.
Excuse me, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. I just wanted to correct something that was said there. The section lines, or the Forest Service doesn't recognize section line right of way, so the 33 feet on either side of center, they do recognize the section line. So if you were to relocate that section line on the outer perimeter of the parcel, there would be 33 feet on the inside of that property line, but the outside 33 feet, the Forest Service wouldn't recognize.
Right.
So you'd only have the 33 feet of public right of way on the inside, because the outside of it's already public domain, so.
And that's why I was saying a lot of times it's going to be less than anyway.
Joe,
You
Mr.
done,
Chair,
Doug?
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
I have a
Mr.
question
Laster.
clarifying that one. Could you put that section line right away, another 33 foot onto the Forest Service road so it didn't impact the citizens there? Because, for example, if you put it around, now then you're going to take away 33 feet from that north property that's there that hasn't been impacted by it. So could you push it outside?
So I don't know that I can answer that one intelligently. I don't think you can. But I don't know if Sean's listening in the back. I don't know if him or Jay might be able to answer that question, but my gut feeling is no, you can't put that 66 feet on the outside of that, because now you're granting access to build a road
Unforced.
on the Forest Service.
You can't.
But then they won't let you do it anyway, right?
Not necessarily, you'd have to go through the proper channels and the proper steps to do so.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
I guess, thinking about this, sorry. I don't know that you have the right to relocate it on the Forest Service property. You'd have to ask their permission, so you'd probably have to go through their Mystic office into the region office and all this stuff. Because just thinking through it, like our Sheridan Lake Road easement and our South Rochford Road easement, they are easements on the National Forest Service. We don't actually own the ground and fee title. We just have a perpetual easement for those two roads of recent past, so.
Can
Jason,
I
you
ask
wanna
a
answer
follow-up question, though?
Yep, go ahead.
And I know we have this conversation every time we're dealing with a right-of-way, and Joe, since you're here, or a section line right-of-way, highway, whatnot. I understand serving the public interest, but how does it serve the public interest to go through a neighborhood if they're already on Forest Service land? They could technically, they don't even have to follow the line. They could go up and around, right? They don't have to have permission to go up and around. If they're already on that Forest Service land, they could bypass the community.
So just, maybe I can answer that. So the statute reads access to public lands. So that would mean coming off of Whaley Lane to the public lands. So it's not necessarily that you're out here hiking and then you're continuing across. It's more so that you have access from this point to these lands that are more than 40 acres.
Yeah, the statutes it's not clear in the fact, it just says accessing public lands. The
It says
other.
access to.
Access to. So the other thing, So if you were to scroll out on this image here, you would find on the right-hand side where it hits 385. So it touches another major highway. And then if you go to the left or to the west, it comes into another neighborhood. So if at whatever point this needed to be a road built between the two for what, say there's the Three Forks town, or the town of Three Forks blows up here, right? Just like the town of Hill City. And that is needed for access at some point. So.
Chairman.
Ms. Hackett.
So Joe, you don't like vacating section lines. Where would you put the section line?
I guess, there's a couple different logical ways to do it, I guess. If I was doing it with this piece of property, I would probably follow this property line up through here and either come down this property line. That'd be kind of the least intrusive. You got 33 feet on either side, so you could still build a home here. This home is good. You can build your home down here, and over here, I guess, would be the most logical but I'm not always right. That would be where
So you
my mind
believe
goes.
instead of just vacating it, we should relocate it for the public interest?
That would be, yeah, my recommendation would be to relocate it.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Shauna, I have one question before I'll go to Roskinek, because I haven't asked one yet.
Yep.
Why do you want to vacate this section line? I mean, that's your house, right? The one that's built on there, or do you own the
Nope.
property that's
So-
blank?
Yeah, we're the next property over that it kind of goes through the corner. We're looking to build.
Or you're looking to build?
Yeah.
And so this come
Correct.
to light to you because of why?
Well, a couple reasons. You always want to be able to utilize your own property. Build where you want to on it, and it truly is a concern that somebody might be able to take a vehicle and drive it right across our yard. They can, as it sits. And that just seems a safety issue to me. These aren't marked. And even if you relocate it, that section line is not going to be a marked road. It's not maintained. It's not well worn. Nobody can go there and visually see where that section line highway is. So giving people the ability, but also leaving it up to them to figure out in that location where that section line is, that just seems to be a safety issue to me for all parties. I mean, having a highway go through a residential yard just doesn't seem safe to me. The end of that statute does say the section does not prohibit the closing of a section line highway to vehicular traffic if the highway is unsafe for vehicular traffic. And I would argue that is unsafe in our particular little neighborhood.
Okay, so for clarification, you're on the empty lot looking to build.
Yep.
And this come to light when your builder brought it to your attention, or the designer, or?
Yep.
But at
We know
this
we have
point-
to work around it.
At this point in time, it's not hindering you from building on it.
I mean, we can locate around it for sure. I mean, it's feasible. Wouldn't be ideal. We're trying to, our covenants allow for outbuildings and things like that. And so it makes a good portion of our lot not feasible to build on.
Okay, Mr. Roskinek.
Mr. Chair, I guess, where I'm coming from is that whether you relocate it or you leave it where it's at, we all have the right to go there and go across that section line. We got 66 feet that we can do just about anything we want with that being inactive. And if you relocate it, then we got 33 feet that we can sit there and go from the west to the east and access properties that are totally accessible right now off of concrete paved Highway 385. It's just a matter, I think, in the appraisal business, I call it the loss of utility. It's an encumbrance on the property that I don't see is necessary, because both of those 40-acre pieces or larger have legal access right now.
Here, one more thing to his point. It only cuts off corners of people's property. It obviously did not cause any hardship for the people that have the lot already there, because they did not come in to vacate their corner. These are on corners of property that people can still build on. A lot of times, a lot of people don't even know there is a section line there. It's never marked, as you said. So that's probably also why they built there and didn't vacate it on theirs. Because it might be public access, but if you go all over ranches or areas in South Dakota, they have these lines, these section lines through a lot of people's places. So to vacate it, I think you could build properties on all of those and not be adhered or it cause any issues. Like I said, you already have one property that's showing that it's not a big deal, that there's a section line right on the corner of their property, so.
Can I, is it okay if I
Yes,
ask
yes,
what the process would be to get a variance to build within that easement?
Sure. Yeah, we can come up and visit in the office after the meeting, if that's
I
all
mean,
right.
is it, is it feasible, I guess? Right, I mean, the view on that.
Well, I don't give odds
You
of
don't
what
want
the
to
board is
speak
going to
to.
decide.
Shauna, let me throw something out there. It sounds like you want to have some more discussions with the planning department on this, on the relocation or vacate. You kind of hear what's going on here today.
Mm-hmm.
So would you like to continue this on to the next meetings, give you a chance to meet with the planning department and have those discussions?
Talk about the potential relocation.
Yeah.
Would it,
And that would give you a chance to sit down and see if you could vacate part of it, to see you could understand some of your options.
sure.
I
I
agree.
mean,
Mr. Chair,
Anybody else? Okay.
Make the motion to
and
continue.
I'm for continuing, but I would encourage commissioners to take the time to drive to the site and look at it in person. I think it just becomes a lot clearer what's going on there.
Okay. So it sounds to me, Sean, I can want to say Shauna or Shannon.
it is Shauna,
Shauna.
actually, you had it
So
right.
Shauna, is that something you would,
I'd be willing
okay,
to
because
do that.
I'll ask for a motion from this board to continue to the next meeting, to give you time to sit down with staff and look at some of your options. But for right now, the recommendation is for denial from staff. But at least you came to the meeting today and you understand what's happening.
Okay.
If you'd like to do that, or if you just want to finish it today and know what you got and know what you got to do.
Right. I mean, I guess if it gets voted to deny today, then I still have that avenue to relocate. Is that correct?
You can still sit down with the staff.
Sure. I would be okay with a vote today.
Okay.
Just because, the other option would be to relocate at this point, but we've had conversations prior to this, and I would be okay with a vote.
Okay.
To kind of see where everyone sits and then kind of go from there.
Just wanted to really make sure you knew what was happening today. So I don't want nothing.
Commission could make that a deny without prejudice.
There you go.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Laster.
please reconsider, because something just came to mind. The whole purpose is to have access to that forest land from that road. Is that correct, correct, Jason? That's the purpose of that line there, right?
One more time, I'm sorry.
If we take it away, if we remove that section line where it's at currently, then the argument is that there's no access to the Forest Service from that road, right?
Right, to those parcels.
It didn't have to be a through line. It could literally be vacated off of one side and bring it in. And I'm just spitballing here. I'm not saying that this has to be it, but it could just come down one of those property lines, touch the road, and then that's your.
That's what they're talking about, relocating.
Okay.
Chairman.
What I'm saying, without having to go all the way across, I guess, is what I'm getting at. It'd be a very minimal impact to pieces of the land rather than impacting that parcel, touching the road, and then cutting across another parcel.
Ms. Hadcock.
I'll make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Second.
There's a motion to deny without prejudice and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews?
I think for Commissioner Laster, I think the access though has to be to both sides is what they're saying, is that you have to have access to both sides for the Forest Service. So
Well,
I think I hear what you're saying, but you couldn't do just half.
well, it gets them to the same Forest Service land. There's nothing that impedes them from getting to the other side of that Forest Service land. It's access to the land.
Yes.
Just a thought process when you talk through it. I mean, that's what I would,
Okay,
it may
Shannon,
not be possible.
you understand the motion on the floor is to deny without prejudice, because that way, then you could ask to have it brought back, correct?
Right.
So that is the motion on the floor. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes with one no. So it's been approved to deny without prejudice.
Jason, would you explain the procedure to Shauna, where, you know, the alternatives now?
I will,
Yeah.
yes.
That brings us to item E. Vacation of section line right of way, VS 2303 LB Holdings LLC, Brent Brackus.
Yes, sir. Agenda item E is vacation of section line right-of-way VS 23-03 to vacate approximately 700 feet of section line right-of-way between sections 1415, 2223 of Township 2 South, Range 6 East. Applicant is LB Holdings. The agent is Brent Backus. Other affected landowner is North Star Cattle and Ranch Company. Their agent is KTM Design Solutions. The location of the property and the section line is 24401 Playhouse Road. Access is provided off Playhouse Road, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Again, staff did take a look at this criteria that's on the screen. Not find any red check marks on this one. This is the exhibit that they submitted for the vacation of section line. This is highlighted in yellow is the portions of section lines that they're requesting to vacate. This is an aerial photo of the property. The portion that they're looking to vacate is here on 24401. The request was sent for interdepartmental review. The highway department stated that they are opposed to vacating section lines that do not serve the public interest. This is a zoning map of the properties. These are site visit pictures that one of our staff took. So this is the view from Playhouse Road on the left, looking up the hill along the section line, looking west. This picture on the right is actually at the corner of all four section lines, looking west again. You can definitely see topography is an issue there with that cliff. Picture on the left is looking east back towards Playhouse Road. Again, you can see topography changes pretty dramatically looking that direction as well. And finally, on the right-hand side, section line looking north from the four corners of the section line again. Staff's analysis of the request is that the applicants are requesting to vacate 700 feet of the section lines. A portion of the section lines do not provide access to public lands less than 40 acres, or of not less than 40 acres. There are existing means of access to all properties that abut this portion of section line. Section line appears to have a 17% grade from Playhouse Road to the intersection of the four section lines, and a 25% grade from the intersection of the four section lines to the west. Therefore, topography is a consideration and definitely a constraint to section line development in the future. The public interest appears to be better served by vacating the section line given the existing access and steep topography of the section line. And with that, staff recommends approval of vacation of section line 23-03.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Hadcock, seconded by Roskinek to approve the vacation of section line right of way VS 2303. Is there any questions for Jason? Do the applicants have any comments? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This brings us to item F. We do, just two. Okay. Before we get started on this, I'd like to just say a little something how I think we should proceed with this. We only have 2 speaker request forms on this, but this is an ordinance that has been worked on extensively for the last couple of years, and this is an amended version of that. And there's been some changes made, and a recommendation from the Planning Commission. So Brittany's going to give a presentation, and then I'd like to give this public comment, give you guys your chance to the public comment, and then give the board their opportunity to address the concerns on this. The recommendation is for approval. What I'd like to do is have a motion on the floor, and then I'd ask each commissioner if they have a concern throughout the ordinance. We pull those instead of going through the ordinance page by page. I think we know what some of the concerns are, then we can deal with them. Even with it approved, we can make the amendment towards the end of the item with the amendments if there is any made. And I think that's a lot easier to keep up on than waiting and going back and forth. So that's what the process I kind of like to do is after public comment and the presentation, motion, comments of from the commission, what they want to bring up out of the ordinance, and take those up one at a time. And then we can have an end discussion and so forth, if everybody's okay with that. Thanks, Brittany.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. I'll just go over some generalities with the ordinance. Currently, the way that our ordinance section 319 is that vacation home rentals require a conditional use permit, which requires a hearing in front of the Planning Commission for approval. As it stands right now, they are allowed in all of the residential districts with a conditional use permit. They are used by right in commercial and highway service, and they are not allowed in industrial districts. This ordinance, the committee put it together. Their biggest concern, one of their biggest concerns, and one of the committee members is in the audience, so if I'm out of turn in speaking this, but was to get people into compliance. So the ones that were operating outside of compliance to come into compliance. So with that, they had recommended that a majority of the vacation home rentals would be through a special permitted use process, which is an administrative process. So they put together a list of criteria, basically a checklist criteria that staff could review, and if they meet all of the criteria, then through that administrative review, they would be issued their special permitted use. And then with that, every 2 years, they would basically turn in their information and relicense, so kind of re-up. So that's kind of the general consensus of it. They did not recommend the 1 acre lot size. They maintain that minimum 1 acre lot size. There was a couple other instances where it would kick it to a conditional use permit. However, when it did go to Planning Commission did institute, I guess, the lots less than 1 acre, but it would have to be through a conditional use permit process. That way they could be looked at as on a case-by-case basis. The other ones were a dead-end road system. So those vacation home rentals that were on a dead-end road system would require a CUP. Non-traditional structures, meaning tents, yurts, grain bins, tree houses, efficiency dwellings, or if they do not meet the minimum performance standards for the special permitted use, they would be kicked into a conditional use permit process. They did prohibit VHRs and recreational vehicles. And then there was a density cap. That was the other thing that the Planning Commission and the committee instituted, that it would be a 5% cap of vacation home rentals. And it was countywide on the number of single-family residences in the county. Currently, there's about 50,000 single-family residences in the county. That includes Rapid City and the other incorporated cities. So just to give you an idea, when we looked at the numbers, kind of estimating what would be just outside of the unincorporated areas, I think we were at about 3% right now. Those are the ones that we
assume that are operating without conditional use permits, and then those that are actually permitted under our current conditional use permit process. Under our current conditional use permit process, we have about 80 that are actually permitted and legal right now. And so those were the biggest changes outside of our existing ordinance. So it was the going to the special permitted use process, having the every 2-year licensing requirements, and then allowing them on lots less than 1 acre with a conditional use permit. So that's kind of the general overview. The biggest changes, there's some minor changes in there on the performance criteria, but those are some of the highlights.
Mr.
So.
Chair,
Mr. Lester?
so what's the purpose of the cap? And then if we reach the cap, then no one else can apply for a VHR at that point?
That is the intent, is that because of the housing, they looked at it from a housing perspective. So those single-family residences could be used for long-term, but as far as short-term rentals, it would be that cap.
Do we do that with any other business?
We do not.
I'm not sure I agree with the cap piece of it.
So with the vacation home rentals, we have a lot of other short-term rentals. So I know that there's been some confusion even during the planning commission meetings. This doesn't include recreational resorts, recreational cabins, things like that. These are single-family residences that are singly on a lot that are used as a vacation home rental or a short-term rental. So just for clarification, so with that number, so.
Any other,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roski?
you know, when I was on the planning commission for 3 meetings relative to the vacational rentals, I think one of the biggest problems, and I don't know how to fix it, are the operators that are operating illegally. So we don't even know how many we really got out there. We know how many we have that are licensed and have gone through the proper permit with the state and the county, but there's so many of them out there that are flying under the radar, and I don't know what the answer is to that, but I sure got a lot of emails from folks saying, you know, why can't we spend more money instead of going out and looking at the ones that are operating, but find the ones that are operating illegally and put an end to them.
Chairman,
You done, Ron?
I guess my bottom line is whether we call it a business or not, it's still a business. And there's a lot of limitations in what we're doing on this business, or this, whatever we want to call it. And we don't go around, Travis is right, and put a cap on people's stuff in business or rentals. I can only rent so much property in Rapid City, otherwise there's a cap. We only can rent so much in Rapid City or the surrounding areas, or there's a cap, because we don't want all rental units. That doesn't make sense to me, even to do it on a VHR. That's not what government does. The people in business or otherwise is to cap it. If the market pushes it that way, then maybe people need to talk to the people that are selling them and saying, you know, sell it as a single family or whatever. And then they end up being a VHR, you're not gonna know anyway till later. So how are you gonna cap it? Make sense? If I sell Lloyd my property and say, Lloyd, you're gonna buy my property as a rental, and then you decide, well, I'm gonna do a VHR, pretty soon we're gonna be like, okay, let's cap those. Because we don't want that many rentals and we don't want that much VHRs.
I don't want to interrupt you, Deb, but I just want to clarify. I think he brought up a good point. What I want to do is like identify like the cap. We'll pull that and then we'll have a discussion and then we'll vote on that. Because I've got
Okay.
4 items that I probably want to pull, but they may be the same as,
Okay, and like I said, I don't think there should be a cap, but
okay.
maybe I'm missing something.
Unless you got some, because I got some questions for clarification that I may be wrong, that I might not add to my list, but
Yeah,
if you got a question.
and then I don't know, because then I've seen also where you go into different places, they cap them because they also don't want 15 vacation home rentals in a area, and I guess I don't get it either, but It's all good. We can, like you said, Lloyd, it's true. We can go through all of that afterwards.
Does anybody else have any question? I've got a question before I add something to my list or take something off. I've got some concerns on, so my question is, on the first question that I have is the accessory dwelling units. It says only one rental of accessory dwelling unit is allowed per lot. And the problem that I have is it says the main home cannot be used as a vacation home rental.
The page 2 or what page?
Yes, excuse me, that is page 2, item 3, dwelling requirements,
Thank you.
accessory dwellings. My question, here's my concern with that, Brittany, is that, we talk about affordable homes, people wanting to stay in their homes. To me, we're stopping a person from moving into a smaller accessory dwelling and renting out their home in order to keep it up and make payments. And that's how I look at that when I see that. I hear a lot about people in our community saying they want to stay in their properties, and that's one way to do it is after all the family's gone, it's just two of them or one of them, they want to move into the smaller unit and rent out the home. So I have concerns with that part. I don't know if there's a way why they came up with that, or is there a reasoning, or?
Well, there is a way to continue to do that. It's just under a different provision in our ordinance. So that would actually be under our PUD overlay under a specialty resort. So when you start getting multiple ADU units, you become more of a resort than you do an actual like vacation home rental. So the vacation home rental ordinance applies to a single-family residence on a lot. When you start to get outside of that, you get accessory dwellings and you get cabins and things like that. It puts you into that recreational resort and that specialty resort category under the PUD overlay. So it's not to say that it isn't allowed per se, it's just a different criteria and a different portion of the ordinance.
So I wanted some clarification on this because it still sounds difficult to me. You still have to go to a PUD to be able to still live on your property, but
And rent multiple
Rent it
units,
out.
you would.
rent out your, home. Because I really do see that as an affordable way to keep your property when you start aging out, you know. That's my concern, making that extra step. So that was one of the concerns that I had, and I wanted at least have that discussion.
Changing it. I get it, Lloyd. You're going to change it into a PUD, which we shouldn't have to if we want to keep the,
You're still living on your property.
yeah.
You're still doing the same thing.
And you
It's
want to
just-
build yourself a smaller house on your already owned, what do you call it? Your own single-family ownership.
I look at that because I see a lot of people in our community nowadays, families living together, moms and sisters going in on houses, duplexes went up and down. To me, this seems like a viable option from all the meetings that we had up at Nemo Road, and it just seemed like something to me that I had a concern with. So would the planning commission have a concern if something like that was removed?
Well, the one option to address what you're asking is that only one rental is allowed on the lot. So you could just keep it that, like one or the other could be the rental, either the main
Exactly.
home or the ADU, but not both.
Exactly.
Because if you did both, then you would start kicking into that other category.
There you go.
So
That
that
way
would be
people
one
can
way to
rent it
solve
out.
that,
Okay.
if that's the.
So I'll bring that up when we get
Okay.
to that point. I think the other ones the other question I have is on the requirements for the insurance. And I also got it on the fees and so forth, but I'll bring those up as separate ones.
Are we,
But-
so Lloyd, are we going through the whole thing and then telling what we think?
No, what
we
I'm
going-
doing is I'm asking questions to decide what I'm going to have pulled. And then have discussion and vote. What I want to do is after we get public comment and we ask our questions, we vote to approve it, but then we go through what we want to pull. I'll ask, what do you want to pull? And we'll discuss it.
So we'll just do when we want to pull after the
Yeah.
discussion. Okay, thank you.
So explain to me about the insurance part, because I caught part of that during some of the planning commission meetings, and I never did get a chance to
Page is not
check with
going.
the insurances, but one of the requirements is liability insurance the owner must provide. This is item 4, number 6.
Thank you.
Owner must provide a certificate of insurance indicating short-term rental coverage for BHRs with Pennington County, listed as the certificate holder. I understand, I think I heard some of the reasonings behind that, but then I also, my concern is property owners have insurance, and I think what you were saying, this is specific because some insurances don't cover what non-residents or vacation home rental do, but I tend to disagree because even with long-term rentals, it's not owner-occupied. You have insurance that covers. And so that's what, this seems like another step to me to require process for the county to have to keep track of and so forth. And I think it's another hindrance on property owners. That's just my 2 cents. I don't know if you got anything.
There was discussion during the committee meeting about the liability insurance. There were some operators that were on the committee that had indicated that their insurance companies required special insurance for vacation home rentals versus just a normal homeowner's insurance policy. So there was discussion regarding that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
So I'm familiar with getting certificate holders for my nonprofit, and it's usually if I'm going to go use the city land for an event. It's just if something happens and it's covered. I guess I'm kind of in line with you. I don't understand why the county needs to have a certificate of insurance if something happens. That's really the property and the landowner. If they don't have the appropriate insurance, and then they don't get reimbursed if their house burns down or whatnot. I mean, I guess I'm kind of confused in the justification for that one. I think I'm kind of in line with you. I don't think that's a requirement. That's what a business owner is going to do. And if they get underinsured, that's kind of their fault. It's not the county's fault. We put our name on it, then now we're bringing ourselves in there saying we're part of this business venture and we may have an interest in it.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll add that on. Okay. The other ones I'll just pull separately, the fees and so forth. At this time, the commission have any more questions of Brittany? Okay.
We're just going to go through it.
I do have a speaker request from Thomas. Is it Payne? Palm, okay. Come on up, Thomas. And Thomas, you were on the committee?
No, sir.
Okay.
I've attended quite a few of the meetings.
Okay.
And I have spoken before. And I guess my first question is, once you start discussing, then can the public come back up and address some of your discussion at that point, or is this my only shot?
Well, since there's only 2 of you, I would come to the commission. Are you okay with, if after we have our discussion, give them final?
If we're going to change it, yeah.
Okay. So yes, you'll be able to speak now, or would you guys wait till after we have our discussion?
I think I'd rather see what comes up before I speak, other than to say that I think a lot of work has gone into this process. Commissioner Ross Connect was there for a lot of it. I can't imagine that anybody is happy with all of it. That's just name in the game. And I do appreciate Commissioner Lasser bringing up a couple questions about density. There was a lot of discussion on that. Probably one of the more contentious issues. Again, I don't know how nobody's going to be happy with whatever you do. So I think you're going to have to take your best shot at that. In terms of looking out ahead, I also believe that this issue is going to continue to evolve in the county and in the Black Hills. I think you can look ahead 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And when we get to that point, you're going to look back and go, wow, we had no idea what was going to happen. So I appreciate the forward-looking intention of it, but I also encourage you to go with the best information you have at this point, make some decisions, and realize that you may have to come back and revisit this in another 2 years,
We will.
maybe 5 years. I mean, it's the situation is evolving and changing so quickly with population, with housing, with frankly, with property taxes, et cetera, that this is not going to finish the job. It's going to be an ongoing situation. I guess, having said that, yeah, I'd appreciate hearing what your thoughts are now that you've been given the information and presumably had a little chance to think about it. And then I would like to get up possibly and answer some questions or give you a little more input into my opinions on that when you've had a chance to do that.
That sounds appropriate, Thomas.
Thank you.
So just from our little bit of discussions, I'll still ask each commissioner what they'd like to pull. I would like a motion to approve.
Speaker.
You're gonna wait till afterwards too? Oh, you want to speak now? Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Lloyd.
I was taking his word that you both wanted.
No, I'm sorry, Dessel Peterson. I was a member of the committee. I think when I raised my hand, I was just indicating I was the member of the committee. Sorry, maybe that was misunderstood. I apologize. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve on the committee. It was a real eye-opener. We had an awful lot of discussion, a lot of controversy, and people coming from different perspectives. I was one of the people who represented neighborhood interests. And there was a lot of compromise made by both sides, those who are the owners and those of us who are representing neighborhoods. And I think this is a really good recommendation to the commission. There is one issue that I would like to just take a couple of minutes and talk about, and that's the issue of density. And you've already raised it a little bit in terms of the cap. And we did research on what other communities in tourist areas are doing with respect to short-term rentals for vacation home rentals. And we found that there were a number of those communities who were having the same problem that we are experiencing here, which is we have trouble finding housing for our workforce, and particularly for the workforce that is in the business of tourism. We're having trouble finding those housing units. We have a study from Elevate Rapid City that was provided to us showing that vacation home rentals do in fact negatively impact workforce housing because what would ordinarily go towards workers for the industry, the tourism industry, are in fact now being used for tourists themselves. So that was the reason why we looked at the question of a density cap. And that was based on what some of these other communities had done, and we didn't invent this ourselves. It's what they had come up with as a way of trying to limit the impact on their workforce housing shortages. So that's where that came from. The second part of density that is not in the ordinance, but which I championed, was a distance requirement. And the reason I say that is I think of a neighbor in our neighborhood who bought the property assuming that it was a single-family residential neighborhood, which it is. But then he got a vacation home rental on one side of him and a vacation home rental on the other side of him. And there was discussion by the property owner across the road about also doing a vacation home rental. So this person who bought with the expectation of having a normal, what you would consider a normal residential neighborhood, was being impacted by commercial uses around him. Now, I know that the Supreme Court has said that it's not considered a commercial use, but in fact, there are differences between vacation home rentals and single-family home owners and the use of their properties. And I can give you multiple examples of situations where there have been negative impacts on property owners by having the vacation home rentals next door. So I would like to suggest that there be a distance requirement as well, that there be a distance requirement saying that there can't be more than a certain number of vacation home rentals within a distance of each other. I suggested that to the committee. The committee said they understood the concerns, but felt that that should be a neighborhood decision and that they could put it in their covenants. And the problem with that solution is that once you already have a vacation home rental come in, it's too late because you can't get unanimous approval on the covenants at that point because there's one property owner who uses it for vacation home rental. So I would request that you consider also a distance requirement. And the numbers that we've talked about would be within 1,500 feet, 2,500 feet, something like that. So those are my two concerns. The density, which would be addressed in a macro environment and also in a micro environment. And I would be happy to come back to the microphone and respond to any questions that you might have about what the commission was thinking. I will try to provide a balanced response. I was outvoted sometimes on things, but I understood that the majority rules in that situation. So thank you for your time and for the chance to serve on the committee. It was very interesting. I enjoyed it. So thank you.
Ms. Pierce. Okay, so Commissioners, what I'd like to do is, like I said, I'd like just the motion to approve, because that's what was recommended. And then I'd like to ask you so far well, I'll wait for the motion for approval, but I do have 3 items that we'll go through.
Mr. Chair, just to make sure I understand, you want us to approve it in its current form, have discussion, and then make other motions if we're going to change anything to it?
Well, just a first and second approval motion of everything. Then I'll ask you, what would you like to pull or discuss? And so like I've got page 2, the dwelling requirements, we take that up. Then I'll ask you, is there anything you want to put to discuss? So we discuss it, if we amend it, we make an amendment.
Chair.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of going through this page by page, it's already been approved, we just make that amendment on that item, it gets changed, and then.
I think you're not going to be able to do that, Lloyd, and approve it because your amendments might need more.
Well,
more.
You're not voting on approval yet. It's just got a first and a second. It's not until at the end you vote on it with amendments or not.
Because ordinance gets 2 readings, that's what you're trying to say.
I'm looking for I'm having a hard time explaining this.
There's 2 readings.
I just want a motion on the
right?
floor for approval because that's what's recommended. Then I'll ask Deb, what would you like to discuss on this item? Item 2 on page 2, dwelling. We discussed that. If you decide, as we talked about, you want to change it to move without that, I'd make an amendment to that to scratch out, you have to live in the homeowner. So that's an amendment. We'll vote on that. That gets added in. Then we'll go to the next one. And at the end, with the amendments, we vote on the whole thing. But if we approve the whole thing.
Chair, to keep in mind, just number 1, we want people to register when we're making these motions or doing this VHR. The more regulation, the less people register. Either they're not going to comply at this point, so they're not going to register, or at that point, they're not going to because it's overregulated. Number 2, to keep in mind when you're making these changes, county regulation is by inspectors, and we don't have any for VHR. So this ordinance to me needs to be simplified so it's not overregulated and we can actually follow through with the ordinance as written. Because a lot of times a lot of these things need regulation with inspectors to make sure these things are done. Who's going to do that? Because we don't have the staff. So just keep that in mind when we're doing these ordinances, and maybe they did, but we are the final say, they're a recommending body. But those 2 things for me is that's why we made the ordinance. Number one, we want more people to register, make sure they're registered. And number two, that we can be able to follow through with those regulations that are made.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to
Make
save
sure
us
everybody got
from
that.
going through each page line by line. But I think we do need the motion on the floor. That doesn't mean
Mr.
you
Chair,
vote for it or not.
move to approve ordinance amendment 0823-01 for discussion.
There you go. And I'll,
Second.
and seconded. Motion by Roskinek, seconded by Drews. Okay, next I'll go to Deb. Is there is there anything on this you'd like to have pulled? We may all have the same one, but
Yeah. On page 2, I'm with you, the main home cannot be used as a VHR.
okay, so we'll put that on our list.
Okay, and then let's see, the cap, I think needs more discussion.
Density cap is
Page
page
3,
3.
item A.
Actually, I think item 6, that's the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yes,
item
item
6.
6. Bedrooms, the maximum number of bedrooms in a dwelling cannot exceed 5. Is that by state law, or is that just us? State law? And maybe I just need clarification on why we put some of that in there too.
So when the state issues their lodging license,
Right.
once you get over 10, you get into the specialty resort. Once you get over 20, you get into the hotel. So that 5, because when we look at bedrooms, we consider 2 people per bedroom or 10 people. So otherwise, you wouldn't be under the vacation home rental under the state licensing anymore. You would be into the specialty resort or the hotel.
Okay, thank you. And then page 4, all ages counts towards the number of people. I don't think that's, we do that in other places. When I go to a motel, they don't go, okay, your baby counts and you count. You can have 2 people and the baby doesn't sleep. That's item, page 4, item I,
It's E,
4I on the top of the page. All ages count towards the number of people.
I hope somebody's writing this down.
Minimum parking spot is required per bedroom. I've never seen that before. Maybe it's through the city or something, but per bedroom?
It's actually in our ordinance under the parking requirements. That's just general parking requirements.
Per bedroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you have 5 bedrooms, you need 5 parking spots? Even though there's 2 people per bedroom?
Not for a single-family residence, but for the VHR, you would.
Okay. Do you have to designate it in the parked areas, a designated spot for those parking areas, meaning for each person?
Yeah, I
On
think
off-street?
I think that's meaning they have to have at least space for enough for 5. If you have 5 bedrooms, 5 vehicles.
Well, it says off-street parking, all motor vehicles and trailers, including all-terrain vehicles, utility vehicles must be parked off-street in a designated parking spot.
That,
In the city and other places, they don't do that.
they do. If you got a camper or something, it has to be
But not
gravelled. It can't be parked on the street. And that's what
UTVs and
this
stuff.
says too, is,
UTVs as well.
yeah.
And then all guests and guest visitors must park in a designated parking spot. What if someone's in the valley? We're gonna tell them they can't park on the public parking area? Because they have to be designated on their VHR area? Am I seeing this wrong?
No, and that was actually talked about quite a bit by the Planning Commission because of those areas that do have, the Rapid Valley would be
Public.
some of those are public, some of them are road districts, but yes, there was quite a bit of discussion during the Planning Commission.
You're gonna have a hard time enforcing that, so then you're gonna be everybody's gonna be calling on people saying, Gary, you're you're supposed to be in the VHR parking, get on the parking area, you can't use our public parking spot? Because that was supposed to be designated? No. I don't know about the liability insurance. I think we cover even our motel, we have our guests, we have our people covered. I don't think you need a separate one. I'm with Lloyd on that. Or maybe it was Travis. Quiet hours, 10 to 7. They did take, the green is taken out, isn't it? Quiet hours apply to noise level and interior and exterior of the VHR. Noise level during quiet hours should be appropriate for accommodate sleep or neighboring properties. Anybody live in rental areas?
I,
You're gonna have the sheriff called a
I
lot
guess,
to comply with some of that noise level. I understand 10 to 7 should be it, and if they're not complying, just say, I don't think you need to designate, like,
that's pretty standard, though, Deb, 10 to 7.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you need to. It sounds like you're picking people apart on their VHRs to me on a bunch of this. I mean, contacts, you have to live in the area. Local contact must be, on page 6, must respond in person to any situation or complaint. Are we saying everybody has to live in South Dakota, otherwise you gotta designate somebody? Isn't that illegal?
You're kind of losing me, Deb, because you're reading through us.
Page 6F, number 1, the local contact must be available to respond in person to any situation or complaint that arises during the operation of VHR. Most of this stuff, you guys, that you have in here, if you don't comply, it's gonna be taken away. If you don't comply with the state regs, this stuff's gonna be taken away. We are over and extending the use of government by all of these things that, I'm not in agreement with the VHR ordinance, I'll just say that. It's overextension, you need about 5 things in here. Sewer, water, basically our compliance with anything that we have by rules and regulations on rentals. VHR, maybe, I don't know how many you're supposed to have. When does government start regulating like this on people doing a business?
Okay, do you have any other ones you want?
No, I don't think, I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna vote for this. I can't, it's overregulated. There's too many things in there that most of it's common sense, I understand, but, we don't do this on any other ordinance. We don't do this on any other business, and we're gonna make a packet on it. It's overregulated. I can't vote for it.
Okay,
So I'll just, instead of wasting your time, it's overregulated.
okay. Ron, is there anything that you want pulled besides,
No.
right now I have the dwelling on page number 2, density cap.
Mr. Chair, I guess where I'm at is, I'm just gonna go with what the committee put together. They're the ones that went to all the meetings, and you had owners and you had the other side, and this is what they thought was equitable, so I'm good the way it's written.
Okay. For me, I wanted to take up separately page 2, number 3, dwelling requirements, under item B, only rentals, the ADU is allowed per lot. I want to take up, just scratch the main home cannot be used as a VHR, but the rest of it's okay. That's one I wanted to take up.
Which one again?
It's on page 2, under item 3, dwelling requirements. Then you go down to B, and it's item number 2, where it says only rentals, ADU is allowed per lot, only one per lot. The main house cannot be used as a VHR. I just want to scratch the main home. I think only one rental per lot would be the best way to put that. Yeah,
I agree, yeah.
so probably, maybe we should just go through this page by page.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification, and it's with staff. If they rent out their home and the accessory unit, like the mother-in-law's place or whatever, does that put them in a different category? What does it put them in?
It would kick them up into the specialty resort, so then they would have to have a manager's residence and then 2 rental units to be a specialty resort.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek.
so when they say one vacational rental per lot, and you're bringing up the fact that you got a single-family residence, you got an auxiliary building that you want to do a vacational rental, that would be one VHR. The main residence would not be, it would be the main residence. So you got 2 self-contained buildings on one lot, but only one vacational rental. The other
Just
one's your
one.
primary residence.
Either one, I'm saying either one can be your primary. As you age up, you may want the smaller unit and rent out your house. Your main residence that has 4 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms, if it's only 2 people, this is my rationale. Why wouldn't I go to, if it's an accessory dwelling, it's just say it's a 1-bedroom apartment. Why can't I go live in there and rent out my house to help stay on my property?
But you still got one primary
Just one,
residence.
yeah.
Don't matter which one.
Yeah, under this item, that's the way it originally reads, it says only one rental ADU is allowed per lot. The main home cannot be used as the VHR. So what my proposal is to scratch that and just say only one rental ADU is allowed per lot. Just one rental per lot. Who cares if it's an ADU
Yeah.
accessory? That's all.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was
Okay.
on the same page.
I'm thinking maybe we should just kind of go through this a little bit. Otherwise, I think I get confused. Is there any items on, I thought I had a brilliant idea. It wasn't so good. Is there any items on page 1 that you guys would like to discuss? That's purpose, definitions, general requirements. Take that as no. Page 2, there's some changes. There's one change that I would like to take up. Is there any other one besides the accessory dwelling or the dwelling requirements? Ms. Blaster.
Mr. Chair, and I think I asked this question before, but staff will, is there a reason why we can't allow recreational vehicles to be VHRs if somebody has that capability on their property?
Technically, that's what an RV park is, so it should be under the RV park, not a vacation home rental. If you look at the definition of a vacation home rental under state, it's a dwelling, not a recreational vehicle.
But if I own an RV and I have an RV set up on my property and I can rent it out while it's sitting on my property, is there a reason why I can't do that? Not that I want you to bring your RV to my property, but if I own an RV, I've already got my property set up so like when my parents come in from out of town, they can stay in the RV, it goes into my septic tank and all that kind of good stuff. I'm not saying I do, I'm just throwing this as an example. I can't now rent that out as a VHR?
No, and not under this ordinance, and the planning commission has voted those down a couple times already, because they had felt that it was better appropriate in an RV park and not actually on a residential lot. And we don't allow RVs as permanent residences even now, like just generally. They're only allowed as temporary residences for less
Right.
than 180 days.
So, Chairman,
Which is what a VHR is, temporary residence, right? Is there anything state law that says you can't do it?
Well, a VHR is a dwelling, and an RV is not considered a dwelling.
It's at all, in any way, shape, or form, for voters who live in RV around?
They live in an RV park.
Yeah, it's considered a living dwelling, essentially.
Right, but we don't.
And I'm asking the questions because,
Right. That was discussed, and the planning commission did not entertain that, and we've actually brought a couple of conditional use permits for that purpose to the planning commission, and they've both been denied. I think there was 2, they've both been denied.
so Chairman, can I ask Brittany some questions?
Deb, just to give you a little update, we're going to go page by page instead of, so we're going to.
That's okay. I'm just saying, number one, how many complaints have we had on VHRs that we had to do, and why did we put the committee together?
So the majority of the complaints are for those that are operating without conditional use permits. So the ones that are compliant, we've had a handful maybe of noise complaints over since 2012 when it went into effect. But the majority of our complaints are based on those that are operating in a neighborhood without a permit.
And what has happened for consequences that this ordinance has changed that?
So with the committee, their biggest concern was compliance. So that's why they went to the special permitted use process, because it's a simpler process and it's administrative versus going in front of the planning commission and having a hearing. So that was kind of their compromise to try to bring people into compliance.
Okay.
So the process was.
So why do we, I guess then, why are we going through an ordinance that didn't have many complaints except for people that weren't compliant? The people that were complying were basically making more rules for those compliance people that there wasn't hardly any complaints for. And now the main issue was to bring people so they would register. Does that make sense? So if they're already complying and you don't have many areas that there's issues, we changed the whole ordinance because of that, and we didn't need to. And then number two, you did something that I believe are going to make people less registered, not more registered, by bringing in more consequences. So again, you do something because there's something wrong with it, not because there's something right and you have to add something to it. You don't add to something that's already working, you add to something that's wrong. So the wrong was we needed to try to bring people in compliance that weren't in VHRs, not the ones that are already in compliant that we haven't had many issues with. So what we've just done is the opposite. We've made people have to comply that are already complying with more rules and regulations, which will cause, I believe, a lot of people not to comply at all because it'll be harder to get into compliance. So you'll get more fines when you find them,
Okay.
but that's my thought.
We're gonna go page by page and then we'll have open mic after that, whether we support or don't support. But on page 2, so you don't, anything else, Travis, you don't want to bring anything up on that?
I was just going to say, I don't necessarily support that because I think there are people out there who, maybe their parents come into town and they, want to be able to have them stay in their house and then be able to rent out an RV. There are places out there that are set up for that capability, more than we know.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the dwelling requirements, and I will make a motion that we change under item B, accessory dwellings, number 2, that we change it to only one rental is allowed per lot, and strike ADU, and strike the main home cannot be used as VHR. That would be an amendment motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews, do I have a second or not?
No, I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a second. Mr. Drews.
Just before that, I'd like to have seen that, the minimum lot size of an acre stay in, because I think we only have the one area that I'm familiar with, at least in all of Pennington County, that has VHRs on 1 acre or less, and that's in that, by Pactola.
Yeah, we can take that one up right after this one.
Yeah.
Any further discussions on that amended motion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
1 no. Now since you added, Mr. Drew wanted to add number 3. Excuse me.
Maybe I'm missing something for Robert's Rules of Order. We just passed we made the initial motion, then there had to be an amended motion. Now you pass that, so it takes the original motion off the table. I think unless I'm misunderstanding Robert's Rules of Orders, we just voted on it. We should be figuring out what we want to take out and make the
We got a
motion
motion
according
and
that
we got
way.
a second. We didn't vote on the approval. So we can amend it as we go.
I just want to make sure we're getting it right by Robert's Rules of Order.
Alexa Mueller, State's Attorney's Office. The original motion to approve for discussion is still on the table. Thank you.
So we can amend it as we go, but at the end, if you don't agree with the whole thing, you vote no, and you can, we're just making amendments as we go.
Okay.
This was a process that I learned at our county convention meeting that we had, that was a process that you should have a motion on the floor so you know what you're discussing. You can always amend it, change it, do whatever you want. At the end is when the vote counts. Whether you vote yes or no, even if it's approval and you don't agree with that, you vote no, all five vote no, it fails. So you don't have to actually have that counts as.
Okay.
So we do have it in the, Geraldine, you have that amendment? Okay. So we'll go to the next one up, which was what Mr. Drews had discussed. He wanted to keep the lot size to 1 acre lot size for vacation home rentals. Right now, Brittany, the way that is you'd have to have a PUD. Or
No,
CUD.
right, a CUP. So right now, it's allowed with a conditional use permit, so they would be taken up on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
And can you explain the reason why they removed that then?
The reason why they removed it was to take them up on a case-by-case basis, because there were some lots that may be smaller than an acre, maybe like 0.95 acres, surrounded by Forest Service, where maybe the impacts to the neighbors might not have been such, so they could be considered. That was most of the discussion, or where they had, they owned lots next to it, or a portion of it, or the distance to the neighboring dwelling may be farther away, just different scenarios that would maybe provide cause for them to have a lot less than an acre.
Mr. Chair,
Are you done, Gary? Mr. Ruskin?
we kept it at an acre, and that situation arises, let them come to the commission. We'll make the decision then on a variance based on their support data they give us.
If it's less than an acre?
Yeah, I still like the 1 acre. You got to have something in there for control.
My belief on this is I think it's still meeting the spirit of the ordinance because it's reduced it on dead-end streets requirements. They still have to come to us if there's more than 20 units on a dead-end street and some other requirements. I think this solves some of the problems of the non-compliance ones myself. That's my thoughts on it, from what we've heard in the last couple of years. Is there any motion to delete or amend that item? Seeing none, we will move on. Travis, did you want to bring up the recreational vehicles?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to amend to remove recreational vehicles from this.
I have a motion. Let me see if I get a second first.
For discussion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for discussion. Jason.
Jason Dennison, Assistant Planning Director. So I don't believe that you can get a Department of Health lodging license for an RV. So
And if you can't, then I would rule it out anyway, so I don't think we need to address it. If you can't get a lodging license for the RV, then we don't need to address it in the ordinance, right?
So from a planning and zoning office standpoint, it'd be better to just have that in the ordinance so that we don't have to have that discussion with everybody who wants to put one in an RV, because it will come up. It has come up.
I understand that. But if they operate in an RV and the state health department won't give you a license, then that's a whole different ballgame, right?
Correct.
Nothing we
Because they
can,
don't meet the minimum requirements at that
right.
point. But
Nothing we can do about that, right?
correct.
So we shouldn't address it because we can't do anything about it anyway. Because it would go to the state if they try to do that.
Right. from our standpoint, it would streamline the process, keeping it in there so that that discussion doesn't need to happen. It's not that the citizens would have to go dig into the codified law. It's in front in our zoning ordinance stating that you just can't have it in a recreational vehicle. I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying.
And if the state changes that law in the future?
I don't believe the intent was to have them in RVs anyway.
That's my motion. If the state's going to regulate it and say you can't have it, I don't think we need it in ours.
Okay. My thought process on this helps the applicant know what he's getting into in the build. It brings up the subject. I've had several concerns on, not even park models, but, recreation vehicles being parked and being used. I think you can have them on your property for 14 days, a regular homeowner or something. But I don't know. But I think it's more of a preventative, and it's probably good to be in there myself. Any further discussion? Motion on the floor is to remove recreation vehicles, VHSs, on vacation home rentals, are prohibited in recreation vehicles. Let me get that again. Recreation vehicles. Vacation home rentals are prohibited in recreational vehicles. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Aye. Motion fails 3-1.
It just clarifies it, Travis.
Do I?
I think it just clarifies it.
Okay, anything else on page 2? Next, we get to item page 3. And I think the hot spot on that is number 6, the density cap. And that was, I'll turn that over to Travis. That was the one that
Mr. Chair.
hold on, I was going to he wanted it pulled, so I recognize Travis.
Are you wanting me to go ahead and make the motion then? Or are you just wanting to discuss?
You can either make a motion or present your case.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to remove item number 6. That would be my amendment. Remove item number 6 on page 3, the density cap.
I'll second for discussion. Now you want to make a comment, or do you want
Ron can make a comment,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Ron?
I think we got to realize that whatever we decide today can be amended in 6 months, a year. I think a cap, everything that I've looked at, what other communities are doing, what other communities are suffering, communities that just don't allow vocational rentals at all, I think a cap isn't the end of the world. And if next year we find that that's not working and we're capped out and we're turning people down because we're capped out, then let's amend it to 10%. But I think this is a good starting point.
My thought process on this, I struggle both ways. I don't think this is that much of a hindrance, but I also believe the market dictates what's going to happen. And quite frankly, I think the VHS market right now, if you just my personally looking at it, you're seeing people aren't getting into them because it's not. I think when it first came out, they were big, they were hot, people were doing them, and then all of a sudden corporations started buying them, but we start regulating them to the point to where the average citizen can't do, as I said previously on the ordinance, as far as being able to stay in their own home. It's an option to be able to stay in their own home and afford a house and the properties. I think putting the cap on it, the market's going to dictate that. I think, I've heard a lot of people talk about, and it was said again before this, that, affordable housing for our people that are working in Keystone and Hill City, these vacation home rentals aren't something that's going to solve that problem. You could pull their license and put it on the market, and somebody from the East Coast is going to buy it and come out here every once every year or twice every year, and then the house dwindles down. It's not going to become an affordable house, so I don't buy into that analogy. I think we got people from Sioux Falls who buy houses out here who spend time in both places. It's not going to solve the affordable housing problem myself, because these homes aren't that way, or some, the ones that are cabins that are, small in size. So I'm kind of torn on this cap. I don't think this is a hindrance because quite frankly, I think we're maxed out right now. I don't see it doing anything but going down. I watched the market in San Diego. 8 years ago, the market was hot, and you go down there now, you go to get into a vacation rental, it costs you more than staying in a motel, so you stay in the motel. That's the way I look at it. I think I'm okay with the 5% because there is an inclusion in there. If something happens, you go up to 1%, something like that. But that's my thoughts on it. If it makes people feel better that there's a cap on it, I don't think it's going to exceed that myself.
Mr. Chair, I agree. I don't think it's going to exceed the cap, but I don't think we need to have a cap on it. I mean, we don't cap any other industry in the aspect of, fast food joints. They're going to pop up. They're going to either saturate the market and some of them will peel off because they won't be able to afford it. We see that happen all the time, and then other ones will pop in and they fail or they succeed. This is one of those things if you saturate the market with VHRs, there is a limit to how many people can travel at one time to come to the hills and things of that nature. I understand the housing issue, but even if a VHR doesn't rent out all the time, they just shut down for the winter and they wait till next year. I mean, they don't go into a short-term rental over the winter. I mean, that can help our housing shortage during the wintertime when they need help.
They try.
So I just think putting a cap on it, I don't think that's appropriate for the county to do on something like this that is considered something that's allowable by law to be able to do VHRs.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rusk.
It just seems to me that this the committee or the commission that met, they spent months putting this together, and we're kind of tearing it apart in one afternoon. I mean, that's what it seems like to me. Four of us or five of us are basically, we're going to have the last say. I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. Some of these do, but some of it don't.
That happens in everything that we have to make a decision on. People bring things up here, we either agree with it or we disagree with it, we tear it apart, we agree, we navigate through that whole process. That is what our job is to do. We're supposed to be critical of what comes before us and what's right for the people. So yes, I agree, you're right, we are, but that's what our job is to do. That's what we're elected to do. We're elected to make the hard decisions.
Well, we're short one person on the dais right now, so I don't know if what the vote would be. So the motion on the floor is to remove the density cap. Is there any further, if there's a tie vote, it fails, correct? The motion on the floor is to remove the density cap.
Would you like for me to go see if the other is available? I don't know if they left or if they're just in the back addressing an issue.
Well, we're all here, so. I'm going to the vote. All in favor of removing the density cap, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
I think she was waiting for that one. So the motion fails. Is there anything else on page 3?
Do what? Yeah, you missed voting, and it failed.
Page 4.
Okay, needs to come back anyway.
Page 4 is, I have down item number, under 5, number 6, the liability insurance. The owner must provide a certificate of insurance indicating short-term rental coverage for the VHR with Pennington County listed as a certificate holder.
Mr. Chair, I'd move to amend that we remove item number 6 from page 4.
I'll second that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So if you remove this is liability insurance. So if you remove that, there needs to be something else then that's provided to the people that are utilizing that VHR, indicating that there's nothing, no liability insurance that's protecting them in case the owner has something that creates a liability for them. For instance, it could be a mold issue or something like that that they're aware of, and the occupant has no recourse at that point in time.
Okay.
Ms. Hadcock.
When you have liability, it covers everything, whether it's a VHR or otherwise. It should be covered in their homeowner's policy. Ours is, and our motels are. So I would say that if you have liability insurance, it covers your VHR as well. You shouldn't have to have a separate, we don't have separate for each room or separate for our rentals. They are just covered with a policy of liability insurance. Well, there's different things in it besides liability, but it covers all of the different phases of what happens on that property.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to let you, Mr. Drew, have a follow-up.
I think what you're doing when you're allowing the VHR, though, is you're authorizing the use of that by somebody else. And that doesn't mean that that owner of that property has any kind of insurance on it. They can go completely bare if they're living there, usually by themselves, and are not concerned about comprehensive or liability coverage. So
State require it? Does the state
I don't know if the
I
state.
think I don't know, I'd have to clarify that. That was one thing I was thinking about on this before we go on. When you file, do you have to show proof of homeowner's insurance for a conditional use permit? Probably not. So, okay.
Mr. Chair.
I got it. Ron's next in line.
My only question was, if they don't have liability insurance, then they should have homeowners insurance that has liability under the umbrella. Some type of insurance for the folks that are going to be staying there.
That's it. Mr. Last.
So the certificate, the way I understand it works, because I do these twice a year, it makes the county a liable entity if something happens on that property. And then you file, if there's an injury or whatever, because I get them for the old Storybook Island shelter, and I get them for another event, like we had to do it at the Doll. And we had a ladies' tea at the Doll. We had to have a certificate of insurance that listed them on their certificate. So if basically an incident happened at our event, the Doll says they're taking care of it. It's because it's their property. This is the property owner stuff. We don't want our name tangled up in that because we're not part of their business. This is saying that they're coming to us to operate something on our business, on our land, and that we are saying, well, we want to make sure that you're covered in doing that. So if it's their own land, we have no reason to ask for that certificate.
I'll allow one time. We got to get through the commission having their discussion, and then.
I'll be very short. There's a difference between having an additional insured and just a certificate holder. And we were not requiring them to be an additional insured, the county. It's just to show that there is liability insurance, and so the county is notified of that. The requirement for the insurance is just for the protection of the people who come and rent. And homeowners insurances generally do not cover something that's a for-profit entity, even if the state Supreme Court says it's not a commercial business. There's no coverage for somebody if they're they're under a rental situation. You have to have a special.
Okay. I personally think it's an overreach of, you're asking, the insurance companies do change it around and could put, then you're just like the bank having to have a certificate registered with the county when it's common sense to have homeowners insurance and other type stuff. So, no, I don't, I think that's an added work for our commission or our departments. I think it's common sense that I would accept just like insurance, saying that you have insurance, homeowners insurance, just like everybody else. Vacation home rentals, number one, the applicant, the people who rent your homes are offered additional insurance if they choose to purchase it. Yeah, I mean, if you go through Airbnb, do you want extra insurance for their own goods? So they have that choice to add it on themselves also. So I'm not opposed to seeing something that says, you need to show proof insurance as you're doing the permitting fees as part of the process, but to make it specific to vacation home rentals and have to have that extra step to where it's registered, I do have concerns with that. Because quite frankly, like myself, I have a full liability, a number of, an umbrella insurance company for myself, which covers all of that stuff. But is that going to qualify for vacation home rental? To me, it does. From my discussions with my insurance agent. Do we have a motion on the floor on that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the motion, you seconded.
Oh, yeah, I did. Any further discussion?
What's the motion?
Motion is to remove the liability insurance. The homeowner provide a certificate of insurance indicating short-term rental coverage for a VHR with Pennington County listed as a certificate holder. That's the motion. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of removal indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries with 3 ayes, 2 nays.
Mr. Chair, who voted no?
Ron and Gary.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we go to page number 5. Is there anything on that page that a commissioner would like to have discussion or make a motion on? Seeing none, I go to page 6. Anything on that one? The only thing I would say on that is I like the idea of adding the map of the property to the book of the property so that tenants know the property lines. I think that was a good move on the vacation home rental task force. Item numbers, or page number 7. Is there anything on there that concerns the commission? Seeing none, I'd go on to page 8. Page 8 is we're going to deal with fees and licensing fees and special permitting. Brittany, can you come up and give us a rundown on this? when I see conditional use, I understand the conditional use fees is $750. That's the origination, right? And then you have a review, which is a $500. Normally, the review was $100 at the very beginning, if I'm correct, and that was every 2 years or every year?
2 to 3 years.
Every 2 to 3 years. And so pretty much the special use permit is 500 and then review about every 2 years. So now we're getting into a licensing fee that you say should be every 2 years, $1,000. So every 2 years, you're going to end up having to spend $3,000 or $1,500 for review, because you got to do a yearly license for $1,000 every 2 years. And you said a review, whether it's conditional use permit or a special use permit, either one, if it's, you're going to be charged both those, am I correct? So it'd be $1,500.
Correct. So I believe the way that it's written in here is this every third year that there's a review. The third year is include a site visit by planning staff. So that's when that review fee would come in. If you look under the review of the VHR permit, it would be that
You're
third
saying that's
year.
every 3 years.
It just says upon the third year of operation. Typically, in a conditional use permit, those reviews are set by the planning commission. So depending upon the area, depending upon the issues, most of the time what happens with the VHR is they're reviewed after the first year, and then they go to a 2 or every 3 year review. So right now, we're trying to get some of the 2-year ones into the 3-year reviews. So they're reviewed after the first year of approval and then every third year. So that's kind of the cycle that we're moving towards, like currently under the current ordinance.
So the first year stays at $100, or is that going to be first
No, that
year?
would be under this one.
So that would be additional 500, and then in 3 years, you'd have to
Do the 500.
500 again, on top of every 2 years from what this says, you have to pay a licensing fee of $1,000.
Correct. So
What are you getting for that licensing fee?
So the license fee is basically the review of us. So they would turn in all of their information, we would review it, and then they'd be issued their license. It's to keep track of so in this ordinance too, they wanted to be given like a number, and they wanted that number, like our permit number, to be on their VRBO or whatever listing. The purpose for that is so that people could search those to find out what properties, if they were moving into a neighborhood or anything like that, they could see if any of them were permitted as vacation home rentals, essentially.
So I'm trying to understand the whole process of this.
Right, so
Because I like I quite frankly, I like previously in the ordinance where the person was given a number and they posted on their site that they are registered with the county, or, you have to be registered with the state anyhow, but you don't have to have that on. So I don't mind that, but my concern is, what are you getting for that $1,000? I mean, the 500, I get, you're coming out, you're reviewing that the property is what it is. They didn't add no more structures. They didn't do anything along those lines. I would almost say that would be part of the licensing fee myself, but it just seems like there's a lot of fees there when VHRs are required by the state to have yearly inspections. I mean, they have to have a certified HVAC person come in and check all your furnaces once a year, your fire extinguishers, they come check your water, and that's only like $80 for a year. So they're losing money, I know that, but they come out and check those requirements. So I just want to see, where are we double regulating, is what, and charge them more for it? That's my question.
Right. And a review fee could also be under, so let's say that we did get numerous complaints and it was brought in front of the planning commission for a review. So that terminology could be shored up maybe better, so you're not double dipping. I guess if your licensing and your review fee would only be upon a complaint, something like that. Because if they're paying their license fee, which we are doing a review, but mostly during that time, the review is making sure that their license with the health department, making sure their inspections with the health department are adequate or passing, and they're fixing any deficiencies that the health department finds, that they're maintaining their Department of Revenue certificate, that they're paying their sales tax. Those are part of the licensing review. As part of that process.
Okay,
So we're actually not physically going out and looking at the property or anything like that. It's just basically a general review of all of the information. They're submitting all of their paperwork, all of the information. We're verifying the number of people on their VRBO with the sizing of their septic, things like that. That would be under the licensing. The review would be where actually staff goes out and does what we do now, where we go out and we do a site visit. So they're kind of different processes.
Yeah, I still struggle with the licensing fee of 1,000 when the review fee of 500. 500, I think a review fee's appropriate every 3 years. I mean, I have no problem with that at all because you're keeping up on what's going on. But the licensing fee, I really struggle with.
Sure.
Mr. Drews?
So Brittany, where would an amendment come into play on this?
So if they wanted to change the number of bedrooms in their VHR, if they wanted to, usually the amendment has to do with the number of bedrooms or ownership sometimes would change that too.
Okay, so if I have a 4-bedroom home and I want to run it as a 2-bedroom VHR, I can do that?
You couldn't because your septic wouldn't be sized for the number of bedrooms that are in your home. So your septic would your septic is kind of, unless you're on public water and sewer, which is only the valley areas in most cases. Canyon Springs has a community, but in most cases, your septic is going to be your limiting factor on the number of people that can be in it. So.
That's just something that struck me. I don't know if any other commissioners have any other thoughts on that.
Well, Mr. Chair, my only other thought was on the penalty fee of the 1,500. I would think that would be more going in line with what you're talking about. It's not a discouragement at this point in time to operate without your license if it's only a penalty of $1,500 if you get caught.
Well, it'd be 1,500 plus the other 1,500 to get registered, correct?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
But still, you get by for, I think the penalty for operating without a license should be higher. I just wanted the opportunity to bring it up, that I want to know what I'm getting for my money. Are the people registered, the people who own these properties are getting for what service that they're getting for that money? Or is it just a fee to regulate?
So one way that we could look at it, and I don't want to speak for the committee since there's a committee member here, but one thing that we could look at is that, when we write the conditions for these permits, under these conditional use permits and these special permitted use permits, that the ones that go on complaint basis don't have review fees. They just do their license fees. If they're operating and then there's no issues with them, they probably don't need to be reviewed in most cases, if they're meeting all of their licensors requirements. So it would kind of almost be an either or.
And they wouldn't get the review fee of 500 every 2
Right,
years?
because they would be on a complaint basis only. Like, let's say, like, they get their conditional use permit, so the first year, they would be reviewed, and then after that, if they're meeting all of their stipulations or their conditions, then they would just go on a complaint basis only, and then they would just license. So there would be no reason to review them if they're meeting all of their licensing requirements.
Mr. Chair.
So that was one way that to, I guess, kind of mitigate that.
Yeah, Mr. Lester.
I'm just going to have a question, and I'm going to bring this road up, and you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. If Klondike, if the landowner's meeting all the requirements and just the neighbors don't like it and they're doing complaints, how is that going to play into something like that?
So with any complaints, we look at it from a substantiated perspective. So they have to meet the requirements of state statutes, our ordinances. So if there are things where, you know, maybe they're still meeting the conditions of their
PUD.
or their CUP, and we can't substantiate it, whether it's through video, photos, anything like that, or site visits, then
Then they wouldn't have to pay it.
they wouldn't have to pay that because we can't substantiate that complaint. We have to look at it from a perspective if we can't take it to the state's attorney's office and they can actually do enforcement action, if we don't have enough evidence, then that's basically.
I'm better in line with that, and that's why I was saying, because if it's a complaint basis, then you have to pay a review fee, but there's got to be some kind of standard of evidence and things of that nature, so I'm better with that one.
And
so.
that actually is in both of our sections under the special permitted use section and the conditional use permit section. So those are separate sections of our ordinance that these are still referred to, so they still have to meet those basic standards of review and revocation hearing requirements and things.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'd like to add to that, and it's kind of from the conversation earlier. You know, the reason why we were working on this ordinance, correct me if I'm wrong, was more to make it so that those that are non-compliant come into compliancy, right? I mean, that's kind of the goal.
That was the committee's goal, yes, is to
Well,
bring people into compliance.
I think that penalty fee, and I think Commissioner Drews was right. If you really want to get them, you know, $1,500, if I operate all through the summer and no one turns me in, because no one wants to turn them in, they just want them to come into compliance, but then eventually they get turned in. $1,500, if I've made my money through the summer, that's just that's, you know, very small amount of money. It's going to have to be, I don't want to say substantial, but also there has to be, now you can't operate for 3 months or something to that effect. You can register, but then you can't operate for 3 months or something of that nature, because then you're going to hurt their bottom line, and that may make them want to come into compliance willfully rather than us finding out about it. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's the right answer. I'm saying if that's the intent of this ordinance, then we have to make it so that if somebody says, ooh, I don't want to be caught, you know, now I'll make sure I'm registered up. I guess that's where I'm at with the fee, the penalty on there. I think it needs to be substantial in some manner that they don't want to be caught.
I think we take up the penalty fee separate, but I think, just let me clarify, Brittany. You know, I wouldn't be in opposition of a licensing fee if you weren't also charged a review fee. If it was just a licensing fee that included the review fee every 2 years, I think that's a safeguard not only for the property owner, but it's also a safeguard for, as you said, people in the community. If they're going to buy a place, they can look and find out what it is. I think it's a good safeguard, but I think having them two separate ones, I don't agree with. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts on those are. Because I think for $1,000, you could do every 2 years, you could do the review and the whole 9 yards for that, is my thoughts.
I could agree with that.
Chairman,
Ms. Hadcock.
the suggestion, if you have someone that's not complying, and then they're reviewed, their license is basically revoked, isn't it? If they're not in compliance?
There's actually a revocation procedure in our ordinances, so they would have to have a hearing in front of the planning commission. They would notify the neighbors, they would notify the operator, and there would be a hearing in front of the planning commission. So the planning commission would decide whether it would be revoked.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're reviewed because you have an issue, then maybe that's where you put the review and the fee on it. And if they're not reviewed, like Lloyd said, then you would not have to worry about it. You would just pay your initial fee. Only on complaint-based, meaning if the planning commission found that they were not in compliance or they had to revoke or fine them, there would be some kind of penalty for not complying. Because there is for some of it, but I'm saying if they are, come up for the review and there has been issues.
I see what you're saying, Deb. You're saying complaint-based. If there's a legitimate complaint and you have a review, there's a $500 fee for the review.
Right.
But for, if everything's going good and normal, the regular licensing fee of $1,000 includes the review.
Right.
And
They're
you
good to
get,
go until they're complained about.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with that. I don't know how you put that into a motion, but
That's what I was about to ask. How do you put that in a motion?
I'll ask staff if they have a recommendation of how to word that.
Write it out on here too to see how to write it into the ordinance. So I would put that the review fee is only applicable upon a substantiated complaint. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Complaint-based.
Right, so
Meaning
upon
you
a
already know.
substantiated complaint, because,
Substantiated,
yes,
it's
because
gotta
we
be.
use that terminology throughout the ordinance. So I would say the review fee is applicable upon a substantiated complaint. And then any other, then the license fee would just be part of the licensing procedure. They wouldn't have to pay the review fee on top of the licensing fee. They
Well,
would just pay their licensing
What I'm
fee.
saying is if you are up in front of the planning commission, you already had a substantiated review. So the minute you get a review and you have to go up to the planning commission and you need you guys, that substantiates it already. So it won't be substantiated, it'll just be on review. Meaning if you have to be reviewed and taken to the planning commission because of your issues, no matter what it is,
Still
that's
gotta be
$500.
substantiated. It
Right.
Yeah.
Still has to be, have that wording in there.
But I would still ask to have that language in there, just in case there's a condition that may say like, that this conditional use permit be reviewed in 1 year. Just not, I mean, just to be reviewed to make sure that they're up and operating. Let's say it's a new construction, so we don't, they have all of their paperwork, but they haven't really operated. That gives them a year, we can review them. We don't want to charge them $500 to review them for just getting up and operating when they're already going to pay their licensing fee. I would do it on that complaint
Yeah.
requirement instead of on just standard reviews, because the standard, that would be covered under the licensing fee, if I'm understanding where you guys.
Yeah.
Reviewed on substantiated complaint, and then based on that, it would be $500.
Right.
So my suggestion is the motion is the only time you charge the $500 review fee is on a substantiated complaint and review. Otherwise, you do the licensing fee.
Right.
And to keep the licensing fee at $1,000 every 2 years.
And it would actually, then the additional penalty of 50 will be assessed in the following circumstances. So if you're not operating a VHR right, if you're not approved CUP or SUP, just being reviewed at all would cost you $500. Then you'd have to pay the fee to get your license. So it would work for both of them, wouldn't it, Brittany? It would work for both of them.
So help me out with the motion, because I know Geraldine's looking at, we keep adding stuff and having the conversation. I want to be pretty clear on this before we put something on the floor. The intent is to only have the $500 review under a substantiated complaint. And staff has to review and keep the licensing fee at $1,000 every 2 years.
Correct. So the review fee would only be applicable for a substantiated complaint. So it wouldn't be required under just the standard review process that's in our normal conditional use permit. It has to be, that's the only time we would charge that. We would still charge the licensing fee.
Okay, so we won't even mention the licensing fee of 1,000. We'll keep that the same. We'll just change
The substantiation.
the fees for vacational rentals. The review fee is for substantial complaint-based. Okay, that would be my motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Do I have to
Motion
say no?
carries. You had one no?
Only because they rejected the ordinance at this point.
Okay, so one no from Deb. Anything else on item, page 8? Page 9.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you said page 8. I thought we were going to take up the penalty fee, because isn't that on there?
Oh, yes, excuse me. Thanks for
I was like, wait a
stopping
minute,
me.
hold on, you skipped
The
right
next
over
thing
real
that
quick.
wanted to be discussed was the penalty fee. Right now, additionally, a penalty fee of $1,500 will be assessed in the following circumstances: operating VHR without an approved SPU, VHR without an approved CUP, or operating a VHR without an expired SPU or CUP. So right now, it's $1,500. I think there is a desire to make that more of a penalty fee.
I guess that would be my discussion question is, do we think $1,500, if the purpose of this is to bring or make other VHRs want to be compliant rather than being out there and get caught, is that going to make them want to do that? I don't think that is. I don't know what the number is. I don't know what the number is legally allowed to be done for a county. But if that's the end goal, I don't think that is going to make somebody say, oh, I just want to go get registered with the county now.
And I know this was discussed at length with the committee, so I mean, I would ask the committee member to discuss that. I think that they felt with some of the other fees that was, they still will have to pay. So if they operate without a conditional use permit, we still charge double. So it'd be $750 plus times 2, so that'd be $1,500 plus this $1,500. So they're at $3,000. So just keep that in mind.
On top of that, oh no, you ain't gonna do that.
Right, so you would still have your conditional use permit fee of $750. So our ordinance under fees requires us to double that fee, so it'd be $1,500, and then you add the additional penalty fee, so you're at $3,000.
3,000.
And then one thing I would ask, just under 4C, that operating a VHR with an expired SP or CUP license needs to be added.
Well, and then my next question is, then would that mean the license fee is doubled as well if they were caught operating out of the?
It doesn't say license in our ordinance, it just says permit fee.
Because if you did license fee now, you're up to about $5,000.
Right. But you would have to add that language into this section, because under just our 511, it says permit fees are doubled.
Yeah.
Right. I just don't think 1,500 is going to make someone say, oh, I'll go spend $1,000 for my license fee and my conditional use and follow all this stuff if I can do it and see how long I can get away with it. Because that's what they're doing right now. A lot of them have been doing it, and then they stop, and then they do it again. And then we tell them they stop, and then they start up again. So, I mean,
Some of that has to do with the city with no ordinance. They have it, but they don't enforce it. So they believe that we don't have the staff to enforce it,
Well,
which we don't.
I think you explained that very well. 750, it's gonna make it 15, that makes it 3,000. I think under item C, like you had mentioned, operating a VHR with an expired SPU, RCUP, or license. Because then you add the license in there, that adds another $1,000 on there that they have to pay. That brings it up to $4,000, I think. I think that's a good hit.
okay.
So to do that, we'd have to amend under number 4, item C, to add the license.
Second that.
That was my motion. Got a second? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
No.
Well, one no,
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Hadcock. So with that, that brings us to page 9, appeals and enforcement. Anybody got anything on that? Seeing none, as we promised, we give you 2 speakers one last opportunity. You guys are good? Ms. Peterson? You sure I don't want to pass you up again? Okay. With that, we do have a motion on the floor with approval, and we made how many amendments?
I did not keep track of the amount of amendments, but if I may, Mr. Chair, Alexa Mueller, State's Attorney's Office, I think it would be appropriate at this point to make a substitute motion to approve as amended.
There you go.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Okay.
I have a, go ahead, I'll let someone make the motion and substitute.
Sorry, I misunderstood you.
You want to make one last plea?
Very briefly.
There you go. We promised we would let you.
Tom Palm. Item 5, this is on page 4. Item 5, it restricts a number of things from the property. Mainly in the fireworks are all often restricted, most places in the county anyway. But I'm wondering why you are prohibiting charcoal grills or wood-burning fire pits. In order to operate a fire pit right now on private property, you still have to have it inspected by the Forest Service and get a license for that. So that's already covered. And then as far as a charcoal grill, I mean, people operate them everywhere. Why are you not allowing that?
I think that probably comes from our fire service. You don't think so?
No, it's certain times a year, but not always.
Yeah, if you are under a red flag warning, et cetera, or if you're in the Black Hills Fire Protection District, there are already regulations covering all that.
You know, I personally, for me, having one, it's probably more for the people that are staying there and the property owners' safeguard than it is as a regulation. I think for them, they don't have the cleanup to deal with if people leave it
But
behind.
that's the property owner's choice.
Yeah.
That's strange.
I'm just questioning why it's in there. It kind of got thrown in towards the end of the.
Where's that at?
That is
Page
page
4, item 5, A1 and 2.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
You know, I kind of agree, number 5, it could be exactly the way it's worded, but it'd only be applicable during those code reds. So if somebody wanted to, if it wasn't a code red or a fire danger, just normal operating season, and you've had rain for 3 months solid, somebody wanted to have a charcoal grill, I think they
So
have a charcoal grill.
it'd be based on fire protection rules and regs at the time, basically, is what you're doing. Sometimes you can, based on those fire rules and regs, you can have wood burning, you can have fire pits, you can have whatever, and then during other times, based on fire protection rules and regs, depending on what time of year, you can't. So it should be just like any property owner, based on the rules and regs that are based on fire protection already.
Be equal playing field with campgrounds. You know,
Yep.
campgrounds, as long as it's a certified fire pit or charcoal grill, that happens with some of these campgrounds. It's just not that's why they're out there camping.
You have to make a motion, Ron?
I will make a motion that we add the wording that those uses are allowed during a time where there's not a fire ban in the Black Hills National Forest.
Fire ban in the Black
And you're
Hills.
including fireworks?
No.
No, fireworks are.
Well, you know, you don't know if this is going to be in Rapid Valley or in the Black Hills, so.
Yeah.
Rapid Valley, they're allowed.
So we Did you get? Go ahead.
I would like to probably exclude fireworks, just because your neighbors probably wouldn't appreciate that.
Yeah,
Mr.
I'm all
Chair.
for keeping no fireworks.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a suggestion. There's no motion on the floor yet, but go ahead.
I would say you would have to keep fireworks because fireworks is under state law, and the county cannot make an ordinance that violates state law. Can't do it. So actually, I think we have to amend this and remove fireworks out of there, and fireworks only are applicable based on state law. And the
Then you
reason why
just-
that's a very specific issue that I'm aware of is because I'm just going through it right now. And I've done a lot of research on that for the Second Amendment.
But if we had Black Hills National Forest, they're totally illegal in Black Hills National Forest, so we should be covered there.
Yeah, if they're illegal in the forest, you're correct, but the county can't make an ordinance that violates state law.
Base it on fire protection
Right.
Yeah.
districts, guys,
Right.
If it comes through that, that's a whole different ballgame.
Okay.
not state laws.
But it gives you a little more latitude.
So
Anybody got a-
I get the gist of what you want to do. We need to find the wording for this, because this will get rewritten and brought back to us at our next meeting.
Brittany, do you
So-
have a motion on the fire protection areas for grills?
Or it can be rewritten and we have them make better language for it, because I don't think we're going to get the right language today on this particular piece.
Right. I don't think you're gonna on all of it. Anything
Okay,
else?
I guess lastly, now that you're all present again, I would invite Commissioner Lassiter to reopen item 6. But that's just a suggestion.
Oh, I'm fine with that. What's the proper, I'd like to, I'd like for the board to reconsider item 6 now that we have a full board here
Or-
for voting.
Let's deal with this item 5 first.
Gotcha.
We're looking for some wording on that. Fire restrictions, only UL-approved propane or professionally installed natural gas fire pits or grilled are permitted. I think there's wanting to change that, Brittany.
So I have for 1 and 2, wood burning fire pits, and then I just put only during Black Hills National Forest Service bans. Would that make sense on 1 and 2? And then fireworks of any kind in banned areas in the National Forest Service?
Is the commission okay with that?
I didn't quite hear it because Holly was giving me instruction, so.
I just said for 1 and 2, only during Black Hill National Forest Service bans, so during their red.
Only during it would be other than.
Right, other than, you're right, they're prohibited, during the ban times, because the way that A is written, the following are prohibited during Black Hills National Forest Service bans.
And charcoal grills would have that same word.
Same, yep. And then fireworks of any kind would be banned in areas in the Black Hills National Forest.
And so the rest of the wording on that would stay the same, 4, 5, all the way down?
Mm-hmm.
So wood burning fire pits other than, can't even read my writing. During bans are permitted
Correct.
other than during bans. So
Correct.
that'd be the same wording for that and charcoal grills.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this ordinance with all of these amendments will come back to you on the 17th again
Okay.
for the final approval.
Okay, so I'd look
As
for a
amended.
motion to amend item 5, 1, and 2 with that wording.
So moved.
Moved by Drews,
I'll second for discussion.
seconded by Adcock. Okay,
Mr. Chair, just
Mr.
my question is, so are fireworks banned in the National Forest? Is that why we put it in there? Because they're banned in the National Forest?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I didn't know if they were
Mount
continuously,
Rushmore.
huh?
They're doing them at Mount Rushmore and stuff, so then it can be banned.
Well, I'm not saying if a president comes maybe or not, but I guarantee I don't want to be shooting them off in my backyard.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure that they're banned is it by the Forest Department? Is it banned by the state law? Because I know state law is very specific.
National Forest Service.
And I'll get clarification on that exact wording from Jerome prior to the amendment coming in front of you on the 17th.
I guess my biggest question is because even whenever we have a fire ban, there is a time frame that the county still can't ban fireworks. Does that apply in the national forest? Because if it does, then that makes sense that we
Right.
can ban, well, if they're in the national forest, that you can't have fireworks. But I just want to make sure that we've got.
Right, and I will get clarification from Jerome on
Maybe
that,
you're at Mount
and
Rushmore.
I'll bring it back on the 17th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Because of a president.
All in favor of that motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So help me with procedural. This item 6 failed on a tie-to-tie vote.
It goes to the next meeting, right? That's what Holly was telling me. She was whispering that in my ear.
Alexa Mueller, State's Attorney's Office, yes, that's my understanding, is that it goes to the next meeting.
Okay, so we don't have to bring that up.
Correct.
So Chairman, I have a motion.
Ms. Hadcock.
Move to reject the proposed ordinance as presented and send it back to the staff and direct them to address the changes reviewed today.
Second.
So the motion is to reject the ordinance and send it back to staff to make the amended changes and bring it back.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So it's still getting its first reading. It just doesn't matter if the original motion is to pass or with amendments or to reject, you're still getting the same result.
Alexa Mueller, State's Attorney's Office, if I could have just a few minutes to research that. My gut is telling me that this wouldn't then count as the first reading, but I'm not entirely sure, so if I could just have a moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think it is, Lloyd, but why I said that is because this has been going on for a couple of years, and to give the public time to review some of this stuff and not just pass it next time. So that's why I said that. It should still get to reviews after we've changed it, just for the
Significant
public's.
changes.
Yep.
So for clarification, if I may, in the past, we have been directed by the state's attorney's office prior to Alexis. So this will go to the second reading. It will have all of the changes that you will want to make, and then we will advertise it in its entirety without making any more changes. Because that's what we have been directed to do with ordinances like this. So that way, when you do your reading on it, it's how it's going to be. There won't be any more changes to it. So these next 2 meetings would be for public comment and changes. And then once all of those are done, if it takes more meetings, then it takes more meetings. And then you would bring it forward as, as a whole with no more amendments, and then that reading would be without changes. Does that make sense? We've done that in the past. We did that with the mining ordinance as well. So that's also an option with this, if you would like.
Well, I respect the motion on the floor, but I think I'm going to be in support of just moving this forward as amended, not as rejected, because I think it does have some good stuff into it, and I think there's been a lot of time put forward. But I'm only one person, so we do have a motion on the floor to reject as amended and bring back to the board with the changes to be presented again.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
Why I'm saying that is I don't think you're all clear on everything you just put on paper. And to say that you're in favor of it and move it as it is with the changes, you don't even know the changes. You voted on them, but can you remember what you said? And once you see it, are you going to agree with that? Again, I think it's easier just to see it as amended and then bring it back. And then if there's any changes again from that, because once you've thought about it, after you've changed something, it's that easy. So that's why I made the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Geraldine, we'll do a roll call vote, please. All in favor indicate by aye.
Drews,
No.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Lassiter,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
Aye.
LaCroy.
No. Motion passes 3-2, with Drews and LaCroy voting no. There we go. Okay, so we're done with that. Item 18, items from chair or commission members. That's the time for individual members to bring forth ideas or concerns to the full board. Official action will not be taken on any items brought forth at this time. Direction may be given to bring items back before the board for future consideration. Do we have any commissioners that have anything on that? Seeing none, we'll go to meetings and committee reports. I'll start with Travis.
Planning Commission was a pretty quick meeting, actually. I think we got done around 10:30 or so, so there was nothing major to report off of that one. It was pretty smooth, no major hiccups, and that's all I got to say for planning. And I think we addressed them here, the ones that came from us here today, pretty simple, so there was no challenges on those, so.
Thanks, Travis. Gary?
Okay, on September 20th, the Healthcare Trust Board met. Carol was elected chair and Joe Miller vice chair. Cash balance was just a little over $1 million. Board favored creating a dependent care FSA through health equity. All members have been advised of the premium increase. September 26th, the Compensation Committee met. Also recommended creation of a dependent care FSA, as was presented today. September 27th, the Elevate Board of Directors, each pillar gave a detailed report on activity in their respective areas. Previously, economic indicators had been based on the area surrounding Rapid City, including much of Pennington and Meade counties. That population area was about 155,000, but now Elevate is also permitted to include the Custer area in the population count, which will boost those numbers by several thousand. I'm talking to potential businesses interested in locating in the area. One of the key ingredients is the number of people in the retail trade area. September 28th, the Metropolitan Transportation Committee, that's mostly involved the organization of the committee structure that plans and approves the system throughout the year. September 29th, went to Mayor Solomon's invite, called together elected officials from county, city, and the legislature, along with other participants from the city and county, to come up with suggestions toward work goals for the future of our area. Ideas surfacing included affordable housing, airport, jail bed space, mental health and addiction, crime and public safety, tax reform and TIFs, early childhood education, K through 12 education, long-term regional water, regional strategic plan, and cultural awareness. Mayor plans to have further meetings to define and refine these various issues. That's all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Drews. Ron?
Oh. Well, let's see, we had the big five, and that the only person that wasn't there was the representative from South Dakota School of Mines. It's really a good meeting. Everybody got caught up in some introductions. Ann was there from Western Dakota Vodtech, who I hadn't met before, but made some good relationships there. Joe and I and planning staff, we met out on the Deerfield Road at a potential site for the Hill City yard for the highway department, and that's still work in progress. We had another meeting earlier today on that. On the 20th, we interviewed 2 candidates for the building and grounds director, and we'll go into that a little more detail later today. Pennington County Council of Aging, we had some representatives from Prairie Hills Transit, from Spearfish, explaining what the routes they plan and the schedule for their services. Melody Tim was there also, explaining what was going on with the Hope Center. And anyhow, let's see if there's some solutions going forward. Pennington County Housing Redevelopment, we talked about the voucher payment. HUD publishes what they call fair market rent, and then we have some latitude. We can set our vouchers 90% of that or 110%. And so we selected a rent that we felt would be fair to the inhabitants of our 550 units or whatever. That's all I got.
Thanks, Ron. Deb?
Still working on Pennington County Housing Redevelopment RAD conversion. Commissioner Roskinek talked about the rents that we're changing. We always go up a little bit higher than the national level just because we like to get, the units rented plus four.
Forgot about the appraisals.
Yep. The Section 8, a lot of times you can't rent them on the lower levels that the HUD puts them at. So Ron is right. The October 14th is the gala for the Fire Service Board, just a reminder. And the gala for the Colton Durr Foundation is October 21st. And I plan to go to the powwow. I usually do every year. So I'm sorry you couldn't make the reception and the Elle and I agree, but the powwow in Rapid City is amazing. You see some beautiful outfits and contestants. We have some of the contestants that live with us at some of our housing areas. So it's pretty cool to watch. There's just, food is amazing. If you like native memorabilia, or however you say those, they have some beautiful jewelry and capes and different stuff. I've got a couple that I used over the years and put furs on. So just a very nice way to show appreciation to our Native American community. So.
Thanks, Deb. And as chair, I'd like to have Gary go first because then he covers the MPO and Elevate. I appreciate that. One of the other things I attended was the Community Health Center Board, and what we went over is their financials and their numbers as far as walk-ins, and their numbers are up. They thought they would lose numbers when Medicaid went away, got taken away. They thought they'd get less numbers of people that had Medicaid, but they didn't, so they're staying stable. I'm trying to remember the date. I'll send that out when I get home. I do have the card. They are doing a rebranding for the Community Health Center, and they're going to be having a reception, and everybody's welcome to come to that. One of the other things I've done, I did the powwow reception, and Stephen Yellowhawk's the board member, and Drew, and they're really moving along. One of the things that the Community Relations Commission had done is did the WSAP 101, which is, I think, Mr. Drews and a few others had went through that before. They're doing that again this year. It'll teach you what some of the dances are, why the colors are what they are, that type of thing. And Drew and Amy Fazu will be running that this year. They've taken it over along with Stephen Yellowhawk, so that is a good positive change for the powwow. I wasn't able to make the L9 meet and greet. I wish I could have, but I wasn't able to make that. One of the other meetings I did have was the Crazy Horse Memorial Foundation Board meeting, which went really well. They are going to be purchasing a big crane, so we'll be seeing something along those lines by the end of the year that will be able to expand out 240 feet to be able to do more work on the mountain. And their plans and their goals for Crazy Horse is by the 100th anniversary is to have the monument done. So they've got some new technology and some stuff going on, so that's exciting. With that, I'll close. Does anybody else have anything else?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
2 ribbon cuttings. One was the Red Rock Apartments out there off Sharon Lake Road by the storage units, and the other one was a couple days ago, the Radiant by Common Bond.
Oh, yeah.
And forgot those.
I drove by that the other day and I was looking on the wrong side. I knew that building has gone up, but I was thinking it was over behind Rice Cycle, Old Rice, but I got it. Okay, next is approval of the vouchers.
Move to approve the vouchers in the amount of $331,914.84.
It's been moved and seconded by Drews. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Next, I'd look for a motion to go into executive session per SDCL 125-2 for personnel issue, per CDCL 125-21, and contractual pending litigation per SDCL 125-23.
Second.
It's been moved. Seconded by LaCroy. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
I thought you said you moved.
Okay. I'd look for a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Moved by Hancock, seconded by Lassiter.
Take this one.
With that, I'll recognize Pennington County Attorney
Mr.
Jay
Alderman.
Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion for you to entertain. I'll read it for you. Motion to rescind the July 3rd, 2007 resolution directing the Pennington County Treasurer to commence selling tax certificates currently held by the county and all other certificates eligible to be sold on real property within the county, and for the treasurer to immediately cease all such sales and have the county remain the holder of all certificates until such time that curative action can be taken by the South Dakota legislature to address the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision in Tyler versus Hennepin County, Minnesota, 143 Supreme Court 1369, 2023. This motion shall take effect on October 3rd, 2023, which is today.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hancock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
Carol.
16-46-35.
Not good morning, but good afternoon, Commissioners. Carol Bancroft, Pennington County HR Director. I would ask the Commission to entertain a motion to, as follows, to move to approve the extension of the offer for the position of Buildings and Grounds Director to Davis Purcell at DBM rating D61 with the annual salary at step 11, which is $96,034 annually.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Hancock, seconded by Lassiter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
Move to adjourn.
Moved by Lassiter, seconded by LaCroy to adjourn. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries.